Here.
Kristen Kellogg.
Here.
Dan Pickney.
Here.
Gabriel Jaroslawski.
Here.
Ken Breslauer.
Here.
Reginald Stanball. Let the record reflect that Reginald Stanball is not present. Keith Williams.
Here.
Donna Tomaszewski.
Here.
Thank you. Now move on to approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda as presented?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any changes by members of the board? Okay, seeing none, can we please have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the agenda for tonight's Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to approval of the minutes from the June 22nd meeting. Do we have any changes to the minutes as presented? Okay, seeing none, can we have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes for the June 22nd, 2021 Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to the report of the Historic Preservation Planner.
Good evening, Frederique Mettner, City Historic Preservation Planner. It's nice to have everyone back in person, even though we are still requiring masks in the chambers, but you can take them off if you're speaking at the mic. Since the board's last meeting, staff has reviewed 115 Level 1 applications, 2 Level 2 applications, and completed 34 zoning reviews. We also, unfortunately, had Nick Casatli resign from the board due to family obligations, but we're fortunate that we have Donna Tomaszewski join the board and be right there to fill the spot. You'll also notice you have computers at the dais, and that is for board members who have been receiving the electronic packet, so you can access it during the meeting. In the future, if you would like to have an electronic packet and not the hard copy, we'll make sure you have a computer there. You can always use the PDF format that you access at home to mark up and then bring a thumb drive and load it onto the computer during the meeting if you want to reference your notes. So we are excited about some of those changes moving forward. And then the next item, I'm very excited that we are back in person so we can present the Historic Preservation Awards for 2021. We have 4 categories. The first one is rehabilitation in the residential category. And this year's award recipient goes to 2100 Florida Avenue in Flamingo Park. And what's so notable about this is how far it's come. As you can see, it's just located on the southeast corner of Biscayne Drive and Florida Avenue, kind of the eastern side of the district. But these are the before pictures, and they don't even do it justice. I know some of you live there and have seen the amazing transformation, but it was in quite a state for many, many years. And beautifully restored, even restored original wood windows in the kitchen and off the bedrooms and floors and light fixtures, and it just became a magnificent property that recently sold for a significant amount of money, and the homeowner's very excited to be the steward of that. So unfortunately, they could not attend. They're in Nantucket right now, but the contractor, Paul Newman, is here to accept that award on their behalf.
Normally I would shake your hand, but congratulations.
Want to say anything about the project? Anything fun?
Yeah, it's a nice place now, but a lot of credit also goes to you guys, the board, for holding up the standards from the historic districts. I want to thank you guys for that too, because without you guys, a lot of these houses would never get done or held to any kind of standard. So appreciate you guys as well. So thank you.
And the next category is rehabilitation for commercial project. And this year's award recipient is St. Patrick's Church in the Northwest neighborhood at 418 North Sapodilla Avenue. This was a wonderful partnership between the church and the CRA and the city to improve the site, because it is a very significant landmark church in the Northwest neighborhood at the southeast corner of Sapodilla and 4th Street. And even though the four pictures don't tell the full story, I just want to point out the plexiglass over the stained glass, the deteriorating granite wall and markers, and this interior courtyard that was utilized as parking. And it's really been transformed into beautiful stained glass, appropriate landscaping and site wall, interior refurbishment, and a nice courtyard that has now put the bell in the center of the courtyard that used to be in the church. So very excited about this project, and receiving that award this evening is the architect, Alfonso Hernandez, the representative from the church, and the CRA.
Would you like to say anything?
Sure.
Everybody is welcome.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. My name is Alfonso Hernandez. I'm an architect, and I have had the pleasure to help restore the church. It took us quite a while, even before we got to the design. The process in here involved a lot of other additional steps, including creating this church to a landmark from a historic church in order to be able to have funding to through a TDR process that the CRA was able to come up with. So just getting the funding and being able to execute this project was a challenge in itself. And we have lots of new pictures, and in the future I would like to send it all to you so you can have a chance to take a look at it. We had a photographer do it, and it's actually quite beautiful. There was a lot of work involved. There's also a really good contractor by the name of Marty Cerise. I don't think he's here today, but he took a lot of time and effort to be able to execute this project. Just for your reference, the project, even though is, again, it's something that took a lot of effort. It came in budget because we just had a limited budget, and all the stained glass was repaired, was removed. McMahon, they're the folks that actually took all the stained glasses piece by piece and be able to assemble it back in their shop and reassemble it. It took a lot of effort. The bell that was sitting in the courtyard for about 40 years, we had to take it, restore it. We sent it to, I believe it was North Carolina, to have it restored, brought back, and create a base for it in order for the bell to ring again within the community. And I know that that's something that the church is very proud of. And so again, we appreciate the time and the opportunity and the honor for this, again, for this church and for the restoration. We thank you, and we're very grateful to be recognized today. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next category is infill design, and this year's award recipient is 2305 South Flagler Drive in El Cid. Many people have actually commented that they didn't even realize it was new construction. It's just on the south side of Granada Road, and even as you can see in this aerial, just the proportions and the breakup of massing is so perfect for the El Cid neighborhood. This was the house that was there before. It was a non-contributing structure. It was approved for demolition and new construction, and here are some of the details of the new design. And accepting the award on behalf of the owners this evening is the architect, John Melhorn.
Hey, John and Amanda, you gotta stand over here. I gotta get a picture of this.
You should get down here too, actually.
Yes, that's true, and the landscape architect.
Yeah, actually, like Keith said, I appreciate this award. It's very nice to have this recognition from the city. Although I'm the one accepting it here, certainly the owners had a lot to contribute to this for their vision and their trust in their team. Keith's office worked on the landscape for this as well. And I do want to echo what Paul said too, which as an infill project, I appreciate having a board like you that puts together some rules and some lanes and some borders for clients so that we're able to help them see the character and quality of this neighborhood that they bought into, that they appreciate, and contribute to that quality or to that character instead of being a negative to it with new construction. So I'm very grateful for this award, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
And our last category is for service. Even though all the applicants have been amazing, I'm especially excited about this award. It goes to Jim and Lila Young, who, for all the time I've been here, have been amazing champions of preservation. Lila with her posters. If you've never received a flyer with a cute bow, it changes for every season. It was absolutely lovely. They are just historic preservation cheerleaders. They connect their neighborhood. They, again, share news through flyers and poster boards. They came to Clematis by Night when we hosted it in 2011, where we did our Don't Know Much About History, and they are salvagers of irreplaceable historic materials. So thank you for your service to West Palm Beach.
Nice thing.
I get to put it up.
Yes, you kind of did. I came because the house I just sold was on the agenda tonight, and I thought that's why I was coming. Just a couple things. I first have to just thank my husband of 50 years in May, because we've been through this all together. First with a house on Sunset Road in El Cid, when 45 years ago we bought it. And believe me, back then El Cid wasn't what El Cid is today. And then we bought a wonderful little place. We still have the El Cid house, but we're going to be moving from there eventually. But the Washington Road house we bought because we love the lake, we love the old Florida. And we realized when we started talking about it earlier in the year, we said, gee, you know, it's going to change because there's going to be big houses around us. We've had old Florida for countless years now, 35, I guess. And we just said, you know, somebody else should be the caretaker. And Joyce Raymond always used to say when she lived on Medina and Valencia, she always said, we're just caretakers of these homes. And she's right. And we've enjoyed it. We loved it. Our seawall went. Our big tree that we decorate for Christmas finally passed away. So we're kind of like, it's time for us to maybe hang up the rake, the lawnmower that we've done all our own work all these years, and maybe go to the other coast where we have family. And maybe we'll even downsize. I can't imagine us in an apartment. But we've kind of gone up to Casa Mara just in a cubbyhole. And that is the most stunning place, and I get nothing for this, but I just want everybody to go up. They have Pecky cypress beams, and when I think what that developer did, he listened to all of us when we said we really didn't want 5 17-story buildings. And he just created something that so far, I just think the world of it. And I love Prospect Park. I'll always love El Cid. We had our home on the first tour. I remember Joel Daves sat in the kitchen there welcoming everybody, and then my husband tried to help people in and out the back door because we tell everybody not to wear high heels to tours, but they did wear high heels. So it was interesting. It was a fun time. I remember taking the graffiti off the seawall down at Granada. There's just things that I'll always treasure and remember about both neighborhoods. And I'll really appreciate that you all volunteer as a board. Frederique, as long as I've known her, she's always pushed for preservation and protection, and I think that's something that the city really, really should keep intact with, because our districts are what they are. There's only so many of them. They all have such great qualities. And I remember when Prospect Park, Lori Volk and I walked around and got everybody's signature, and we'd have to go to door, and people said, oh, you're not going to tell us what color to paint our houses, are you? And we said, no, we just want to preserve, protect. And it's the best thing we ever did. Don't let anybody ever say it takes away your value. I'm testament that you can look up on the property records what we got for our house. We paid $285,000 for it, and now we're so it's just it's preservation is just what should be happening here in the districts, and I'm happy to see it, and I hope it goes on. And whenever we come back to this coast, we'll drive through and make sure everything's still hopefully like it is. Thank you very much.
Let the record reflect that Reginald Stambaugh is present.
Well, to begin my remarks by the chairperson, I just want to congratulate everyone again who received an award this evening. And, certainly Jim and Lila, public participation is so crucial to managing change, which is what we do as a historic board. So thank you so much for all of the time you have spent attending these meetings and helping get the word out to the community on things they should be participating in and watching out for. So we're so appreciative. So with that, I also would like to welcome Donna Tomaszewski as our newest board member, and thank you for volunteering your time to serve on this board. We really appreciate it. So this meeting is a quasi-judicial meeting, which means that we make our decisions based on competent evidence, substantial competent evidence that comes before us. And so we ask you to please keep that in mind if you're speaking. How this will work is for each case, the applicant will have 10 minutes to make a presentation, 15 minutes if it is a demolition, and we will then have a staff presentation, and then we will have public comment, which is limited to 3 minutes per person, please. And if the applicant wishes to do so, they will have an opportunity for a 5-minute rebuttal after public comment. To lead into this, we need to let you know if we've had any conversations outside of this meeting. So we will now declare any ex parte conversations that we've had. If you'd like to begin, Donna, please. So you'll state your name and then...
No ex parte communications.
Thank you.
Gabe Jaroslavsky, I spoke with Tim Hooligan, the architect, for case number 20-56A regarding that case, but I can make my own decisions based on the evidence presented tonight.
Kristen Kellogg, I had correspondence from both the applicant and a neighbor in regards to case number 21-42, but I can make my decisions tonight based on the testimony presented.
Amanda Skyer, I have had numerous conversations regarding 253 Barcelona Road with the applicant, none recently. And then I also have had communications with the owner of 112 Monroe Drive. I also spoke with Ms. Mittner about all of the cases on tonight's agenda, but I can make my decision based on the evidence presented this evening.
And I need, sorry, Dan, I just need to amend mine. I also did have correspondence with someone in regards to case number 20-56A advocating for the project.
Okay. Dan Pickney, no ex parte communication.
Ken Breslauer, no ex parte communication.
Reginald Stambaugh, I did have a ex parte communication with Mr. Harvey Oyer, representing the Ann Norton Sculpture Garden on the first case. It's Barcelona Road property.
Keith Williams, I had communications regarding 112 Monroe Drive, both on the phone and email, and I can make, I can make my decisions without any biased opinion.
Thank you. We now move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on an item not on the agenda? Ms. Pullum.
Nancy Pullum, I reside on Belmont Road. I wanted to follow up on the awards, first of all, and just say congratulations to everyone. And I want to really stress that while Lila and Jim have done an enormous amount, there is nothing that could totally describe what they've done. They've kind of been the guardians of the galaxy, if you will. And they have helped people, they have sourced doors people could not find. Their heart and soul has been in it. I want to take you back a little bit Some of you won't remember this, but many years ago in my childhood and young adulthood, the women's club stood downtown on the waterfront on some of the open space, and it was being demolished. Well, guess who salvaged the ceilings that were Peggy Cypress? Jim and Lila tied them on their car and took them home. They have done those kinds of things where we couldn't preserve, at least to protect, at least to reuse. And those are the small things that when you were in a pinch and your home was on the tour and you needed a door to replace a closet or something, Lila was like, let me look. And they have gone out of their way to do many, many things, not just historic, but to preserve the neighborhood. It was a rocky time when we were coming through rezoning and looking at getting more appropriate things, and when we were faced with a lot of houses being torn down. And as Lila said, you know, people were so afraid. And not unlike this, but on this pandemic, but on a much smaller scale. Oh, you're going to tell me what to do. No, we're really not. So there was that going on. And these historic neighborhoods would be gone right now if it wasn't for people like Jim and Lila and Lori Volk and others who worked very hard. Doing the surveys, participating, driving the streets, talking to people. We had realtors and developers and contractors packing meetings saying those houses aren't worth saving. They're really not worth saving. And what they wanted was new build. And at one point, West Palm Beach was about to go on the 12 most endangered cities for teardowns in historic neighborhoods. Was it great 35, 40 years ago? No. We were getting broken into. We had code stuff going on. We had vagrants wandering the streets. I remember looking out the window and you didn't know if the TV on the guy's shoulder came out of your neighbor's house or off a trash pile. It was kind of the Wild West. We had code enforcement and the police on speed dial. Lila spearheaded a neighborhood watch, kept people informed, and now look where we are. Each neighborhood has taken a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. You can pick Grandview, you can pick Old Northwood, any Vedado, and that brings one more thing to mind. I don't think Jose Rodriguez was able to attend, but we saved Vedado, and that helped us also with the airport. Lila and Jim went to the library because we had a consultant who was not interested in neighborhoods like that, unfortunately. And Lila and Jim went to the Florida room, and they combed through city directories to find people of note who had lived in all those houses in the Vedado Historic District, so that the case could be made that this was the first, quote, suburb of the city, that it was populated by known business people, et cetera. Those are the things you don't ever know about, that they just quietly spent several days combing through those directories, and they've been a team throughout. So you have a lot of responsibility. Some of us who have been here a long time understand that and understand how far we've come and have hopes and prayers that we will continue to make decisions based on preserving all those blood, sweat, and tears people have put into saving these neighborhoods and making them the popular spots that they are now. Because within the blink of an eye, it could all be bulldozed. And we could have a march of McMansions with no character, with no history. So thank you for your hard work. I just wanted to throw that in, just a little historical factoid so that you can totally appreciate how far we've come. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So we'll now move on to the swearing in. Oh, Mr. Oyer, yes.
Madam Chair, may I make a public comment as well?
Yes.
I failed to turn in a comment card, but for the record, Harvey Oyer of West Palm Beach. Two things. One, we lost Joel Daves last week, and I thought this group should acknowledge that formally in the record. One of the great public servants and characters in the history of our city, and certainly a historic preservationist who lived the life. For those of you who don't know, he lived in a house, the proverbial folks that stayed in the house while the city built up around them. And I wouldn't want tonight to go by without officially, for the record, recognizing Joel's enormous contributions to our community and his love of our neighborhoods. And secondly, given that Jim and Lila were given an award tonight, I also felt compelled to similarly thank them. The Casamar project that she's referring to, I was the lawyer for. And my client initially proposed 5 very tall buildings that were inappropriate and out of context. And Jim and Lila led the effort to get it to what it is today, which I think is very appropriate and a great addition to the neighborhood. So I wanted to recognize them for all that they've done, in particular that project. So congratulations, well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment? Okay, we'll now move on to the swearing in of our speakers. If you plan to speak on a case that's on the agenda this evening or think you may do so, please rise to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few items on the consent agenda this evening. There are 3. Can we please have a motion to approve?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve case number 19-57C, 406 35th Street. Case number 21-53, 706 Sunset Road, and case number 21-54, 730 Claremore Drive.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, if your property is 406 35th Street, 706 Sunset Road, or 730 Claremore Drive, your case has been approved. We now move on to our first continued case of the evening, case number 20-56A, 253 Barcelona Road.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. I'm Frances Fisher, Chairwoman of the Board of Trustees at the Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens. And on behalf of our board staff and members, we thank the City Historic Preservation Board for your consideration. We appreciate the important work you do to ensure our community's historical character remains intact and properly preserved. Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens is an invaluable part of our collective historic and cultural heritage. It's celebrated locally, nationally, and internationally as a result of the dedicated efforts of those who recognize the value of carrying Ann and Ralph Norton's vision for establishing the cultural and educational landscape in Palm Beach County that we enjoy today. Our board is humbled to consider ourselves stewards of such a transformative legacy that holds incredible impact for our future. Part of our responsibility as curators of any historic property is to serve as storytellers of our past, present, and future. Decision-making in the preservation arena, as you know, always deserves historic context, and we hope to share that with you today. I'm joined by my fellow trustee, Harvey Oyer, who you just heard from. Harvey wholeheartedly dedicates his expertise as a 5th-generation native of a West Palm Beach pioneer family and an incredible thought leader, award-winning children's author, and influencer of education, culture, and preservation in Palm Beach County. I have the privilege of working alongside Managing Director Margaret Horgan, who serves with passion and has for more than 9 years with a wealth of institutional knowledge and instrumental vision. Margaret's family lives in the neighborhood, in the Alcid neighborhood as well. We're grateful to our architect, Tim Houlihan. As a third-generation West Palm Beach native, he's been an advocate for landmarked and historic properties in Palm Beach County for more than 35 years. Our board greatly admires Tim's commitment to this project. In fact, he grew up taking art classes as a child at what was then the Norton School of Art, and his mother knew Ann Norton. These are people with priceless stories who bring our past to life and shine brightly for our future. Being a steward of historic properties is also a part of my life story, as is serving Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens among an accomplished group of volunteer leaders with great vision for our expanding community. Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens' mission is to enrich lives with nature, art, and history, and the organization now serves 40,000 annually. It includes the Norton House, listed on the National Register of Historic Places, built in 1925 by Mari Spacio and updated in 1935 by Marion Sims Wyeth. Ann Norton's Artist Studio, designed by Wyeth in 1948, an historic cottage adjoining the house and studio, Ann Norton's 9 monumental sculptures built on site, as well as the 2-acre rare palm and cycad garden, which is the second largest in the country with the exception of Fairchild Gardens in Miami. 3 years ago, Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens embarked on a restoration plan with the endorsement of the National Trust for Historic Preservation and the Historic Artist Studios program. It's a select group of unique sites throughout the country that celebrate the preservation of prestigious sites of well-known artists, with protection of these properties at the forefront of their mission. Our board commissioned a full facilities assessment that led to a master plan for restoration of the historic structures, including the 9 monumental sculptures, 7 of which have been fully conserved, with plans to complete the remaining 2 this year, and recently the magnificent completed restoration of Ann Norton's Artist Studio. As you know, preservation takes different forms. One size never fits all if we are to interpret a property as it's to be preserved as a whole and help it enjoy a celebrated future with consideration for its history and geographic location. Important historic properties cannot be replaced if they are destroyed or irretrievably damaged. Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens has never been touched with an eye toward preservation until now. After nearly a century of being battered by tropical storms, hurricanes, and frequent wet weather events, it is the goal of our board to preserve the Norton House to be historically accurate and protected against future harm. In the age of climate change, with increasing frequency and severity of tropical storms and hurricanes, the board feels it's an imperative that we fully secure this structure from water and wind intrusion in the most efficient manner without altering the historic appearance of the Norton House. In our growing South Florida community, it is our intent to operate as a world-class institution. Step 1 for this organization is to solve the weak points that plague this house in the exterior envelope. We are not able to be insured properly, allow for climate control, or provide necessary security. As a result, Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens is limited in the art exhibitions it can attract. I think perhaps the art of preservation is most appreciated when those who are attracted to a historic site can enjoy the best of all it has to offer as a treasure for the future, and I know you all appreciate that. Thank you for considering the broader impact of your decision-making and for deepening this historical narrative as we expand our identity together as a community. It's a joy to serve this organization and to now recognize my friend and fellow trustee, Harvey Oyer.
Thank you, Francis. And again, for the record, Harvey Oyer. I'm a resident of West Palm Beach and delighted to serve as a trustee of the Ann Norton Sculpture Garden. Tim's going to make a presentation, but I wanted to try to frame this issue. Some of you were on the board when we were before you previously. Some of you are new. Welcome. What we're asking for this evening is your reconsideration of the 6 window openings that face Barcelona. What you approved previously was changing all of the door and window openings everywhere on the property except facing Barcelona to hurricane rated. We understand why, and we respect that, but respectfully, we have tried to figure out a solution that makes sense, and I'm not sure any of them make better sense than our original request. So if we were to not change out to hurricane rated windows on the front of the house, we are left with other solutions that I think are less desirable. It's sort of one of those careful what you wish for situations where, what are we going to have, accordion shutters? Are we going to have screws sticking out that defile the facade even more than what a hurricane rated window would? We've heard the option of placing a fixed panel on the interior, but remember, this is a museum quality institution. It's not a single family home, and we are hosting some of the great art exhibits in the world. We don't want to defile the inside any more than we want to defile the outside. So we're asking for your reconsideration respectfully. There is not a better solution than the original solution we requested. As you know, hurricane rated windows and doors today are very advanced and refined. I put them on my home in Flamingo Park, and I mean, they're all over the city. Heck, they're at the house next door to the Ann Norton. We effectively let all the horses out of the corral, allowing everyone to do that, and then a year and a half ago, you adopted a policy saying, let's stop doing that. And this is the case where I think you should allow that. And that's recognized. As Tim will point out, he will give you the citation. I realize you're trying to enforce, I think it's Section 6 of the Secretary of the Interior Standards, repair first, which makes sense. But if you read all of the Secretary of the Interior Standards, there's also a provision for portions of our nation that are in hazard areas, which was designed for us, Key West, Charleston, New Orleans. We are impacted routinely by natural disasters. And that provision says the first priority, I'm paraphrasing, is to protect the historic structure from that natural disaster. And that is more imperative than any other part of the Secretary's standard. So as part of our request to you, I ask that you consider the provision that makes paramount the protecting of a structure, because we're left in this very awkward situation that we are directly on the lake in a world that has rising sea levels and climate change and more disastrous weather. And we get half a dozen storms in the box every year. We don't have the budget to send someone out to put these shutters up and take them down. If there is one breach, we lose the entire house. So one window opening that breaches, we lose everything in the interior. We become uninsurable for these exhibits. So you get the picture. I'm trying to frame the issue. We're asking you to step outside your normal policy, but we think these circumstances warrant that. And to tell you more about it, my friend and colleague, architect Tim Hullahan, is going to give you the specific details. And incidentally, if you don't like the windows that we chose before, let's pick a different window together. It almost seems like we threw out the baby with the bathwater by saying you must keep the original windows if the motivation for that was we didn't like some of the ugly windows going up around the city. Was the right solution to say you can't put up hurricane windows any longer? Or might it have been let's find a better selection of materials to choose from? So we're open to your guidance and direction on that. We just ask that you please reconsider and allow us to use a hurricane-rated window on the front of the house, like so many others in this city, me included at my home, have enjoyed. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tim Hullahan. I'm the architect for Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens. And as Harvey so eloquently stated, I'm a third-generation native of West Palm Beach, and I've been advocating for some of the city's most important buildings for over 35 years. And this one is among my favorites, if not the favorite. This is a place that's very, very important to me because, as Francis pointed out, my mom knew Ann Norton. I know things about how Ann Norton thought and what her personal opinions were on things. And it's rewarding to having taken art classes there. And I don't remember meeting Ann, but I was very young. I met Ann, according to my mother, when I was little at a student art show. So the full circle of life comes together for me in this project. I want to begin by pointing out, as many people have already stated, that the organization of Ann Norton Sculpture Garden is a team of historic preservationists. They've been active in historic preservation for 4 decades. They have me beat on that by 5 or 6 years. And this document here shows that Ann Norton executed her last will and testament on April 28, 1979. It's the first act of historic preservation for this institution, and probably one of the earliest acts of historic preservation in the city of West Palm Beach. Deeding this property to the organization that exists today allowed it to remain what it is. One of the largest tropical gardens in the world and a collection of historic buildings on 2.4 acres on the Intercoastal Waterway, which, by the way, Ann regarded in her time, and I know this from my mother, she regarded that as an act of preservation because she abhorred the condominiums that were beginning to march south in the early 1970s from downtown. And she feared that after she was gone, this property could become the site of a condominium. Imagine how different El Cid would be if that had happened. We all should be grateful for this institution and what Ann Norton did. The Nortons in West Palm Beach go back even further. This is a cherished photograph of Ralph and Elizabeth Norton in front of the original home at 253 Barcelona Road. It dates from 1935. It would be a couple years later that Ralph and Elizabeth would decide to expand the structure. They wanted their adult children to stay with them in the winter season, and the house wasn't yet large enough. I want to point out that it was originally a Mediterranean Revival structure designed by Maurice Fossio. If that were here today, that would be a very, very significant structure as well. But Wyeth modified it significantly, so significantly that the only window that remains that's original in consideration tonight is a small bathroom window on the second floor that I've circled here in red. Wyeth converted it into his Monterey style. And you can see that in 1958, Ann lived here alone, very active in advancing her career as an internationally known modern sculptor. The house appears to be extremely well cared for, and it still retains the original Wyeth color scheme and fenestrations. And if you're having a hard time finding the small bathroom window, there it is. That's the only original window that remains from the original Fossio structure. In 1985, in the early days of Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens, I think everyone might agree that the structure appears to be suffering a little bit. Ann's dynamic leadership is gone. A new generation of leadership is moving an early organization forward with an agenda that she had established. The home appears to be recently repainted in a very bright white, not original Wyeth color, and the windows and doors that were originally accented in an emerald green are now white as well. We'll our goal is to bring the entire structure back to the original Wyeth color scheme. And here we are today. It's interesting to note that the color scheme is the result of a team of interior designers that prepared the house for a show house exhibit in 2007. What's interesting is that they chose a Mediterranean color scheme. They brought the house back again to its Mediterranean roots. I don't know if they did that knowingly or accidentally, but the warm ochre and the olive green work very well with the terracotta roof that is original. At least parts of it is original. And it's interesting that the Mediterranean revival feel is there today. We will again correct that back to the original Wyeth color scheme. Francis touched on the most important element of this project, and it comes to us from John Blades, who is historic preservation consultant and the longtime former executive director of the Flagler Museum, who spearheaded the extensive restoration and rehabilitation of that structure many years ago. He was hired by Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens to do the initial assessment and report to set the roadmap for what the next steps would be. And this is a quote from that report, and also a quote that he's mentioned to me many times, and Francis mentioned it as well. Everything begins with the exterior envelope. Everything they want to do here, raise the bar and make this a world-class museum, depends on the ability to replace the windows and doors with 21st century technology. Humidity control, climate control, air entrainment, water intrusion, all massive problems now, in addition to its lack of hurricane protection, are mostly solved by replacing the windows and doors with 21st century technology. I want to move now to the Historic Artist Studio. To me, it's the most significant structure on the campus because it's the place that Ann Norton did her work for 35 years. And it's also a structure that in some ways is symbolic of Ann's growth as an artist here. This is the modern wing that was added in the mid-1950s to the original Wyeth structure that was built as a wedding gift to Ann from Ralph in 1948. Ann grew and became a well-known modern sculptor at this location. The original structure is symbolic of who she was, and the modern addition that she executed with the help of a local modernist named Frederick Kessler is an interesting set of symbolism on the campus. And I love the structure. I love the fact that it has now been fully restored by the very genuine and hard work by the team of Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens, a team of very qualified contractors and a team of experts that helped us solve some very difficult problems that we had to address initially. The foundation system was failing, exhibited very clearly by large cracks in the exterior walls, lots of spalling, exposed rusting rebar. The city of West Palm Beach, thank you, Robert, gave us an emergency permit, and inside of 8 or 9 weeks, we demolished, repaired, restored, and stabilized the foundation system so the preservation work could then begin on a firm foundation. That work has recently been completed, and it's a beautiful restoration and a wonderful thing to behold on the campus. This is the north elevation, and I use this to illustrate that there are 4 large north-facing studio windows. The 3 on the right were designed by Wyeth. The 4th is the modern addition by Frederick Kessler. Those 4 large windows created a very vexing problem for us. Here's a before and after of the restoration. They are large, incredible windows, works of art into themselves, and 3 of them are the work of Marion Sims Wyeth. However, they were in horrible condition, scabbed together by spontaneous repairs, large sections missing and replaced by plate glass. They needed a lot of work. They had to be removed and taken to a shop, restored and reinstalled. And according to my friend Robert Brown, the building official, we've had numerous conversations. Once that happens, you now must comply with the building code as if it's a new window. You no longer qualify for the exceptions because you've removed it, you've taken to a shop, you've recreated it. Now must meet the 170-mile-an-hour wind loads, and it must meet impact rating in the Florida Building Code. So we're left with two choices. Do you replace these gorgeous windows with replicas, or do you accept the harm that an exterior shutter system would do to the facade? Because they are so unique and so beautiful in the work of Marion Sims Wyeth, we chose to restore the windows and accept the detriment that would happen, although minor, to the exterior facade, because that is the least harmful to the historic character. Losing these unique windows would be a big, big loss. So the trade-off of the shutter system is minor in comparison, and that's the decision we made. On the south side, you get a close-up example of how far the windows had declined over the years under different leadership and how impactful the restoration work has been. The same vexing problem was discussed in relation to these 6 openings that face Barcelona Road. We arrived at a different answer, however. The 6 facing windows, and those of you that are new on the board and weren't here last time, it's the 6 windows on the western 2/3. The front door and the windows above the front door have already been approved for replacement. So we're just talking about the 6 that are behind the statue. And again, the small little bathroom window to the right of the statue's head is the only window that's original to this project. All of these windows, however, are not unique. They are common windows, and therefore they're easily replicated by a high-quality window product. And it was our professional decision that that would be the lesser of two evils. A replica window that 99.9% of the population would never notice. It would be the correct color and help us move toward the original Wyeth color scheme, and it would blend very well with the neighborhood, seem to be far less harmful than an exterior shutter system. Frederic asked us to get a sample of the window, and unfortunately in this construction environment, as the architects on the board will know, that's a 4 or 5 month lead time to order a window to specific conditions. So we worked with the supplier and manufacturer and got some photographs of some windows that were pretty close. So I prepared this document, and I think it was in your packet, to explain which of the components of the sample on the right are accurate and which are inaccurate. The clear glass that's historically accurate, number one, will be there. Of course, the narrowest and pointed mutton that the manufacturer provides will be used to match what's there today. The proportions of the upper and lower sash will be the same, although they'll be slightly wider because of hurricane strength. The proportion width to height will be the same. And his historic brick mold is very similar to the one that's there, and it will also be used. However, the next 6 conditions are examples of what we're not doing, unfortunately. We're not going to have screens, so the gray color in the lower sash will not be there. We will not use insulated glass, so the black band that wraps around on the outside will not be there. All of the wooden posts that divide some of the windows will be preserved or recreated, so the look will be the same. I mentioned the brick mold earlier, but in many conditions, because it's a frame stucco home, the brick mold actually projects beyond the stucco face, and that'll be recreated. All the wood sills will be preserved or recreated. And lastly, the color, as I mentioned earlier, will be a recreation of the original color prepared by Marion Sims Wyeth. Next, I want to take you to the Florida Building Code. This is the second page, page number 2, in the historic building section, chapter 12 of the existing building code, which is part of the larger Florida Building Code. And before I go any further, it should be noted that the Florida Building Code is state law unless a local municipality or a county has adopted its own building code that amends the Florida Building Code. We don't have any choice other than to follow it. So what's in the Florida Building Code is essentially a law for architects and builders and homeowners to follow. The first item highlighted there is very straightforward. It says, like a lot of things, that we shall follow not just the Secretary of Interior standards, which includes number 6 that Harvey Oyer referenced earlier, but also the body of guidelines, which is the meat of that document. Many, many different things are covered in the guidelines beyond the standards. And the most important item that's relevant to this project that Harvey pointed out is that there is a guideline on resilience to natural hazards. It's applicable to places like South Florida where you can get a 185-mile-an-hour Hurricane Dorian sitting 90 miles off your coast for a couple days, and it'll make you hurry to get hurricane windows in your own home. I've highlighted one of the more relevant quotes here, and I want to focus your attention on the word retention. I think retention is the most telling word in that sentence. What they're talking about is to judge item 6 in the standards differently. Judge that in terms of repair at all costs, replace as a last resort, judge last resort differently in a hurricane zone, because the last resort takes on a whole different set of criteria when life and property is at risk. That's the essential element or the central purpose of a building code, is to protect life and property, and I think Robert will back me up on that. If we ignore the protection of life and property, then we're not doing our job as architects. And thankfully, in 2017, after a lot of work during the Obama administration, this was added to as a guideline in the Secretary of Interior document. As I understand it, the purpose was many owners and operators of historic buildings, which are often funded by federal dollars, were coming back to the well 3 and 4 years after they had received money to repair damage from a flood or a hurricane. And somebody in Washington, D.C. was smart enough to say, let's stop doing that and spend dollars wisely and repair these buildings one more time. Let's ask architects and builders and property owners to be sensitive to the historic character, but let's allow a little wiggle room so we can harden these structures and not spend money on them over and over and over again. But the point I made earlier is most important. If you're not able to retain these structures and they collapse or are severely damaged, we're no longer talking about historic preservation anymore. We're talking about recreation, like the historic courthouse that Reg Stambaugh's father and I and many others advocated for many years ago. That is not eligible for listing because it's mostly a recreation. It's an amazing structure, an asset to this community. But if a structure were to entirely collapse, it would become a recreation, and we're no longer talking about historic preservation. That's what we're trying to avoid. The second reference in the Florida Building Code is right underneath the last one, and it's a section entitled Equivalency. And its language is very straightforward. Nothing in this code, and by the phrase this code, it's referring to the existing building code, and this chapter 12, historic buildings, is within it. Nothing in this code shall be intended to prevent the use of systems, methods, or devices of equivalent or superior quality, strength, fire resistance, or effectiveness, provided that the following conditions are met. The fact that we already hold a building permit tells you that we've already met those conditions. These 6 windows were set aside. They're not part of the permit yet. If you agree with us that they should be, they will be added to the permit. If you disagree with us, they'll continue to stand outside that building permit. My last exhibit is an excerpt from the 1937 Wyeth drawings. It's a section through a typical bay window. 2 of the windows in consideration tonight are bay windows. It's intended to set aside the notion that there are secondary protection systems other than exterior shutters that can be used to protect these windows if you say to us that you must retain them. Harvey mentioned the key point that the inside is a non-starter for us and at Norton Sculpture Gardens, excuse me. When this property was listed in 1990 on the National Register, the acceptance letter referenced these interiors specifically, stating that they're pristinely preserved from 1937 in the work of Marion Sims Wyeth. So the fact that they're listed in that document makes these interiors something that we do not want to alter. That we will not consider anything that alters the interior. Next, you move into the skinny jam sill head situation and the potential for a secondary system to fit in there next to the window. Any secondary system that has an NOA in accordance with the Florida Building Code, notice of acceptance is what NOA means, would have to be attached at the center of the superstructure. If it's tested and the engineering has been supported and it's now can be used in the industry with confidence that it will resist the hurricane force winds that it must by the Florida Building Code, it'll also describe that the fasteners will be of a certain length, spacing, embedment, and be within a certain distance from the center of the structure. It can't move out to the edge. There's an edge distance limit that doesn't allow that to happen because it gets too weak there and it no longer complies with the testing criteria. The problem is, of course, that the existing window already occupies that space. So any secondary system would have to be fastened at the edge, and if it had an NOA, it would not comply because it would be far too weak of an attachment. So the interior application is a non-starter, the side-by-side application is a non-starter, and that leaves us with the exterior application, and there are exterior shutter systems that are rated and accepted by the building department and had NOAs, but it is our belief that they provide much greater reduction in the historic quality than the replacement window would. In closing, I want to leave you with a thought, and I apologize, it comes from my experience at getting a master's degree at Clemson University. I encouraged my professor to allow me to do a historic preservation project in Columbia, South Carolina, a city block that had all the right components except it lacked funding and political support. And an undergraduate professor encouraged me to go there and be an advocate for the project. Doing research on it and doing drawings on it could be a way to kickstart it forward. So I presented this to the graduate professors, and they already had other projects in mind, and they said to me, we'll let you do it, but you first have to solve the philosophical question of why historic preservation matters. Why should we allow you to do that? And from that, I learned that there's three types of historic buildings. There's the one that's forgotten and not cared for. There's the one that has been restored, but it functions only as a tourist attraction. And then there's the one that everyone wants to be, which Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens already is and wants to be for decades to come. It's a historic building that's well cared for, and it serves a function in the community. It's a place where people go. That's the philosophical purpose. You want to preserve the institutions like Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens as well as the buildings themselves. And I use this picture here. It's the 5th church on this site. Probably most of you know it well. The 4 other churches that preceded it were demolished to allow the new church to be built. In total, it is the oldest continuing operating institution in the United States. It's the place where the pilgrims worshiped. And prioritizing institutions equally with the buildings is why we have that today. Thank you for listening to my presentation. If you have any questions later, we'd love to address them.
Thank you. I believe we have some questions now. Is there anyone on the board that would like to ask any questions of the applicant? Yes.
I have two questions. Nice presentation. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very informative. Regarding the windows in your picture, the comparison, is the window to the left at Ann Norton Sculpture Garden, or is that a different window?
Say that again?
So you're comparing two windows. You're comparing the Colby window to an existing window.
Correct.
Is that window existing at the home now?
Yes.
Okay, it is. Okay.
Yeah, we have photographs of every window on
Okay.
the property. That one was pretty equal in dimension to the one that we had a sample of, so it was a good comparison.
And then the teak green, I know you mentioned this, but I didn't hear it. The original color that exists today or original color in the past?
We took out a window to examine precisely with contractor Cerise Construction, to examine precisely how a sample window that was the right dimensions would fit in, how the interior trim could be preserved as possible, solve the brick mold, and get an idea of exactly what dimensional requirements would be required when a window was pulled out and is put back in.
But
In the process of removing that window, we were able to see the original color that was behind, and it's a beautiful emerald green that you can already see on the studio, and will be repeated here.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Could you, yes, please.
You're proposing a replacement window.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to design and construct a replacement window that would exactly replicate what is there now and still be up to the Miami-Dade hurricane standards? Is it a cost issue, or is it just impossible to do that? I mean, in other words, have you presented with us sort of like a state-of-the-art replacement above which nothing else could be designed?
There are other products out there. They absolutely, to answer your question, they go north in cost enormously. Colby is a very high-quality window. Their products are used routinely as replacement windows, and the purpose of the example was to show that it is a very accurate window. We believe this is the right product for this purpose. It is a house. It's a house that functions as a museum, so then it very much has commercial criteria that must be brought to it. This window has, it's a wood window painted on the inside, aluminum cladding on the outside. And it's not laminated, I mean, it's not insulated glass, as I pointed out. It's a very thin 7/16 laminate, and it's very clear. It'll very much give you the look of what's there today. I'd be surprised if if most of you on this board didn't know we were doing it and you walked by the week before and the week after, I don't think you would notice. Given the fact that it's being completely restored anyway, the color scheme is going to be dramatically different. All of the windows and doors are going to be a different color. It's going to be a complete change anyway. The fact that these windows are slightly different than the original is something that we think is minor compared to the shutter system. Is there another window out there that could be more accurate? I don't think so. There's a limited amount of strength that needs to be there to resist hurricanes. So I think the sash dimensions would be larger, just like this one. I think the muttons would be slightly larger. But we've worked very closely with several experts to get us to the right point where this is, in our opinion, the right product.
Well, with all due respect, we've just heard very lengthy presentations on the importance and the significance of the sculpture garden. And it would just seem to me personally that looking into products that may be more expensive, that might more closely, do the job. If the sculpture garden is so important, not that money is no object, but I think it is so important that perhaps budgetary considerations that would permit a better product, could be examined.
I respect your comment. I think it's a good one. If you're not familiar with the Colby product, it's an excellent product.
I have one brief question. By comparison of the original window to the window that's presented, is one safer than the other?
Oh, it's you can't. I can't describe accurately the level of safety that comes with a hurricane-proof window. And as I alluded to in my presentation, according to John Blades, that's a starting point. You have to solve these issues if you want world-class exhibits to come here, if you want to meet the insurance requirements of these world-class exhibits, and you want to provide the comfort level that not only is the humidity control and the climate control there, but it is also a safe place to bring your artwork. And that just speaks about the artwork. As I mentioned, the building code is a document that is intended to protect life and property. So the safety of the occupants, the safety of the caretaker that's got to put a shutter up, the safety of neighbors that might be struck by a collapsed structure that is a result of a breached opening. You've all seen the photographs of hurricane destruction. The analysis that was done after Hurricane Andrew taught all of us that it's a breach of a window or a door that begins the systematic collapse of a structure. That's what we need to avoid.
As to fire, how would they differ as to protection from a fire?
In a fire? I mean,
Yes.
if the building were to
right, as far as which one would be more fire retardant, safety from fire versus a hurricane?
They're both woods. They're probably equal in that regard. However, a new window would have to comply with the exiting requirements that are prevalent in the building code. There are plenty of exits out of there, but if there were a remote window, for example, that the window would have to be used an exit, that window would have to do that. The current windows wouldn't address that. So life safety in that regard would also be addressed. That's an excellent point.
Any further questions? Could you please return to a slide at the beginning of your presentation? I'd like to ask for clarification. The one of the front of the building where you have one window circled?
That one?
Yes. And so if you could just repeat for me what your statement was regarding that one window?
Oh, the one that's not original? Okay. That's the original structure on this property. It's a Maurice Fazio design from the mid-20s. And another item that's clue in this photograph is the young royal palm all the way to the left. So when I advance 20 years, you can see that there's also a coconut palm. Ignore that, but further back, that royal palm is now much taller. So you get a frame of reference to where that is, and you can conclude that that little window is the only original window to the property. The others were discarded and bay windows were created, large openings were created, French doors were created where windows used to be. The front door was moved all the way to the east. So it was a dramatic modification of this structure.
And what year did Marion Sims Wyeth alter the architectural style from Mediterranean Revival to the Monterey style seen here?
The drawings are dated 1937, so construction would have happened probably later that year and into 1938.
So these windows date from that alteration?
Absolutely. I'm not saying they're new windows. I'm saying they're not original. The original Maurice Fazio windows were replaced and discarded, and you have the windows you have today date from 1938, not 1925.
Would you agree that the windows from the Wyeth alteration have acquired significance in their own right?
Oh, no question. No question, but the nuance is originality. And it's interesting that there is an original 1925 window on this facade. And if that were an element that was ranked higher and necessary to preserve because it's small, because it's on the second floor, and because it's in a bathroom, that would be a very low impact to the things that the museum is trying to accomplish in the future.
Okay. My other question is, you've mentioned John Blades numerous times, and the Flagler Museum, which I believe the windows there are original. I'm fairly certain that they are. Did he recommend that these windows be replaced in order?
Absolutely, 100%.
Do you have documentation?
Yeah, I can provide that to you. I
Okay.
don't have it with me today. I can tell you with 100% certainty, as Francis Fisher or Harvey Oyer can, that the statement that everything begins with the exterior envelope speaks about the windows, solving those problems, replacing them. I'd be happy to provide that documentation to you later,
Okay.
but I don't have it with me today.
Was that in the information that was submitted this time around or previously? I think it might have been previously. And so I guess I wanted to ask, is there any new information that was submitted in the backup that we received with your application that wasn't previously submitted?
Other than the originality of the windows that was not discussed last time, that item, the references to the building code are new information. I think that's extremely relevant because it's Florida law and we're obligated to follow it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions?
I have a couple more, sorry. Can you just clarify again, are the second story windows, are those operable? Are those doors or windows?
The two on each
Yeah.
side are operable doors.
Okay. And then the bay windows, are those picture windows or are they operable as well?
There are single hung windows.
Okay, all right, thank you.
They haven't been opened in a long time, but they are single hung windows. And the little bathroom window is a small little casement window.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the staff report. Ms. Mittner? Thank you, Mr. Holohan.
Good evening, Frederique Mettner, City Historic Preservation Planner. I'll keep my presentation brief since the applicant was very thorough in their presentation to you this evening. This is a new request to reconsider a condition that was previously placed, so it's case 20-56A. And I definitely do want to echo and applaud Francis and Margaret and their leadership. The site definitely need to be infused with energy and funding, and that certainly has happened. So it's very exciting what they're doing there. The subject, as was stated, is really the 6 openings on the front that you previously reviewed and granted approval for replacements on the side and rear, and the condition was to retain those. As Mr. Holohan mentioned, the building permit has been issued for the restoration work of the studio, which again, I applaud them for doing excellent preservation work at the back house and restoring windows and utilizing a shutter system. I know one of the things that was mentioned was the mobilization of staff during the prep of a hurricane event. They are already doing that for the back building. So adding these 6 openings, I think, continues to fall within a reasonable request so that the front-facing windows do indeed retain the proportions and characteristics. This was in your packet, the justification statement. This was referenced in your packet last time, also this evening. This is the expanded version and the updated Secretary of the Interior standards. What I would like to note for the board is the line that is right above the one that Mr. Holohan underlined and read to you. And it says, when a treatment is proposed for a building that addresses such potential impacts and will affect the building's historic character, other feasible alternatives that would require less change should always be considered first. And that is the line right before the one that's underlined. And that is exactly what you reviewed last time and what staff is presenting to you today, taking the whole picture into consideration, including the proposed window. As you can see, the proportions are much different. Yes, any impact window would be different, but down here, this rail is much thicker than what is here, and even with the lack of screen and the other changes, it is still not an excellent replica of what is there. So staff continues to not be a proponent of the proposed replacement window. We do not believe it meets our criteria in our ordinance or Secretary Interior Standard 6 or even 9, because we don't think the replacement of the window that's being proposed matches the original with materials, features, size, scale, and proportion. And so we are recommending that the condition that was placed by the board on September 22nd stand. The condition is that for the 6 front openings to be retained and other impact protection be utilized. I heard this evening that they were willing to do that for the bathroom window. And if you're going to have one that has shutters on that building, there goes the whole wind mitigation and the wind pressure discussion, which was what was originally presented. Additionally, Key West was referenced this evening as another vulnerable site. The Key West Custom House, which is their art and history museum, has all original windows. So staff is recommending you retain the condition. Thank you.
Questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to public comment. Ms. Pullum.
Good evening, Nancy Pullum again. I'm just going to share a couple of comments. First of all, my late grandmother would have probably said, listening to this saga about the windows, well, I never. The drama is incredible. The influencing is incredible. The lineage of everybody who presented was incredible. And I will dare say there are a lot of us around. It's not unique to have people who have a long history. And I want to point out a couple of things. This structure is a single-family home with its use being repurposed. It is not a museum. It is not zoned for a museum. It is not located in a district zoned. It is a single-family home in the El Cid neighborhood that has been repurposed, which is all well and good. But that is the way the house was landmarked. It wasn't landmarked as the Flagler. It wasn't landmarked as the Norton. So I would ask that you keep that in mind. Secondly, it was a home and a studio. It was never meant to be, it was never indicated that its use would change so dramatically as it has changed. And I'm not speaking pro or against that, simply a statement of fact. It is in a neighborhood. It is on the street front of a neighborhood where standards are expected of others. And there are a lot of houses in these neighborhoods from the 20s that have original windows and on up. And to pull the drama card that this is going to collapse, well, these buildings haven't collapsed. And our forefathers put shutters up. And Jim Young on Sunset still puts wooden shutters up. So to make this something like we're trying to make the building fall down, I believe personally, in my opinion, is disingenuous. All of the things that have been presented in this, it's like watching a play, this drama of if you don't approve this, what could happen? Number one, it's not a museum. It was built to be a home. It is being repurposed, which is well and good. But you can't repurpose a wigwam to be a museum either necessarily. That might be landmarked. So I think we have to keep all that in perspective. I personally have someone that comes and puts the shutters up across the front of my home because I couldn't do something that I could do myself because of the way it addresses the street. I have a much less important, much smaller home, But I accepted that because I felt that it was the right thing to do, and those were the guidelines of the neighborhood. So I asked that we put aside all this clutter on the radar. We had almost everything but T-shirts and buttons. Let's get down to the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment? Okay, the applicant is permitted a 5-minute. Please keep it to 5-minute rebuttal.
Or less.
Okay.
I would make one comment, thank you. I just wanted to respond, Ms. Pullum, thank you for your comments. I just wanted you to know that Ann Norton was diagnosed with leukemia 2 years before she died. She never saw the gardens that she designed with Sir Peter Smithers, these rare gardens, mature. But she had a vision for the property that she explicitly designated as a public museum for educational and cultural purposes. And today it's been revitalized for that use. So it's not just a single-family home that we're trying to protect.
It is zoned for a single-family home, and it is located in the neighborhood of single-family homes.
Well, thank you for your comment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now go into executive session. Would anyone like to opine?
I just had one question, actually, maybe for the, for our attorney, and if that, if she can answer, maybe Ms. Mintner can, about the definition of an original window. I'm getting a little confused in the presentation. We were referencing back just to the window of the bathroom, and I'm losing a frame of reference on.
So I think that everybody is in agreement, both the applicant and staff, that the only original window left on site is the center one on the second floor. However, because the other windows are associated with Wyeth from 1937, they have gained significance in their own right, and that is one of the standards. So I don't think there's any dispute on that there is only one original window.
So the windows that are now in place have their own significance,
Yes.
independent of the originality of those that were discarded?
Correct.
Understood. Thank you.
Ms. Mintner, I'm sorry, can I call you back? You know, while I agree and support the staff's appraisal of this, could you just answer the question that I presented to the gentleman before? If a window could be recreated that would exactly match the existing window, would the staff consider that as
I think
an
that would be a
acceptable
better
replacement?
solution to the current window that's being proposed. Sorry, let me think. There's the image that was provided.
We know that this one is not appropriate.
So
Right.
we'd be more inclined, but it is still a loss of historic materials.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Well, leading off of that, Harvey made a comment in his presentation about other windows other than the Colby window. And I think you said, tell us which windows you would like, but I mean, would a Tischler window or a Hartman window or something like that represent?
It might be closer, but you do need to have a side-by-side comparison. I appreciate Mr. Holohan's efforts to find an actual sample, but even a graphic. I think it's very clear here. If we can have an accurate representation. I mean, my concern is still the loss of original materials, but again, a closer match, I think, would be looked upon more favorably.
So if, I guess, maybe Harvey, you could answer this. Is that something you would entertain? Sorry to get you out of your seat there.
Conceptually, yes. Which particular window, I'm not knowledgeable enough to speak to. Maybe Tim could, what else they considered. And Francis, of course, can answer the question.
I mean, there definitely are windows out there.
But I think conceptually, yes, if you agree with us that a hurricane impact window is appropriate, and the only issue is we don't like this one, then let's find one that we can agree upon.
Well, I think the Colby windows, listen, I think it's a great window. They just use it in all the buildings on Royal Poinciana Way. It's the perfect example, but it doesn't represent what's there now. It's thicker and beefier, for obvious reasons. So, but there are companies out there that make a thinner, more appropriate window that would be much closer to what you have existing. So I would recommend giving us some options for that.
We would be happy to take some directive to work with staff to find a different window if you all agree with us that an impact window is better for the long-term security of that building. Thank you.
If the board decides to go that direction, actually staff would request that we bring that back to the board so you can see the exact comparison.
And I just want to point out, if they did go to an all-wood product instead of the clad Colby product, there are still a lot of these differences that would remain. So your mutton profile, that can be customized, but it's generally always thicker. Your stiles and rails, the dimension of that always increases by about an inch all the way around. So that means that your light configuration, the proportions of that change a bit. So window to window, you're not going to get exactly the same window proportions that you have now. To do that, you would have to increase the overall window size. And then another consideration is that with the impact products, you have different glazing. So you would have a low E clear glass, as we've seen from staff, as we've seen installed. That low E clear glass is not clear, it's reflective. So I've done a very, very thorough study of the products that are available, you know, whether it's Hartman or Tischler. You're just, you know, as an impact product, it is inherently a different product. It has an inherently different look, even if you get as absolutely close as possible. So I just want to point that out, make sure everyone is clear that the dimensions of the window will not be the same with an impact product.
I agree 100%. I was going to say the exact same thing. Thank you.
My opinion is that, I mean, this is an institutional facility. It's not a home, really. And I think that in some way, I agree with the owner or the applicant that they would like to protect this building, right? And if a hurricane hits and something happens with one window, like the report says, we are going to lose the whole building. So I think that in some way we need to consider, I don't know, I would be, you know, in some way able to agree, you know, to find another window that will match closely the existing one. Regarding glass, I am doing a historic preservation big project in Miami, and we found a totally clear glass that is an low iron glass. Probably it's not impact, but I think that they make the product as impact. So I don't know that these companies will provide that, but there exists a low iron, totally clear low E glass. So that's my opinion. I mean, I really wouldn't like to accept changing the windows, but also I don't want to have shutters or any other device that will make the building look worse, you know. So that's my personal opinion.
Okay. So I'll weigh in here. I think that, you know, this comes down to a matter of architectural integrity. This is a highly significant structure, and I think that staff's recommendation is very reasonable for what is being proposed. And I can't commend you and bestow enough accolades on everything you've done. I mean, this property has come so far since you've taken over your leadership, and I think it's so exciting to see all of the incredible programming that's happening there. And I certainly understand and respect the many, many reasons given as to why you would prefer impact product for these 6 openings. However, again, it goes back to a matter of architectural integrity. There are other properties such as the Flagler Museum and the Customs House in Key West that are in an identical situation, and these are properties where the original windows have been preserved. And I believe that you appreciate the value in that, in the work you've done to restore the windows on the studio. And so that's, again, my personal opinion, that I think we are tasked with upholding the standards, and we are flexible very, very often. And I think that we've shown that we're trying to be accommodating and reasonable and allowing the replacement of all of the other windows except for just these 6. So with that, I don't know if we're all going to be on the same page on this. So if someone wants to make a motion, please, you're welcome to do so.
Do we want to consider postponing this case for next month to give the owner or the applicant another chance to find a more appropriate window? Which I don't know that exists. I mean, this product is really good, so I don't know that. I mean, more expensive doesn't mean better, right? Or matching closely, but
I think in this case, Colby is not appropriate. So if you did allow, if the board voted to allow a replacement, I do think there are substantially better products for this application.
Well, I would be for giving the applicant the opportunity to find something else. And this, I have to emphasize, is not a guarantee. It would be, we'd give it a thorough review as we've done with this. But I believe that if the applicant would like to take this opportunity, I think that we should give him that.
And if that is the course that the board's taking, then I would also want to see a sample of the glass, the glazing, the exact glazing that would be used.
Would you like to respond as to whether you would be open to a continuance, or would you like to make a decision this evening?
The ideal motion would be to give us further direction, accept the fact that the replacement window is something that you agree with, and give us direction to work with staff for an acceptable window. That would be the ideal. That allows us to move forward immediately and work with staff and find the right product.
So you would not entertain a continuance?
I'm sorry?
So, I'm asking about the continuance.
If that's the pleasure of the
specifically.
board, to me personally, that seems like it kicks the can down the road a little bit. We're going to come in with other products. The other products are going to have similar problems. The dimensions of the upper and lower sash won't be the same. The buttons won't be the same. To this gentleman's question earlier, the only way you recreate these windows is a custom window that's engineered independently on its own. And that's done in rare circumstances. I've seen it done. I've participated in that being done. But finding another window product, in my opinion, is going to have similar problems. And we would like to move forward with staff immediately looking at alternatives and deciding whether it's a custom window that's going to be acceptable to staff or not. And that allows us to move forward more quickly.
Ms. Mittner, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that you would prefer that it come back to the board, that staff would not.
Yeah, I think this is a very sensitive topic for this particular structure, and I think it would be more appropriate if the board saw and approved the exact window they used.
And do you have any feelings on a continuance?
It's really up to the applicant, obviously, if they're willing to entertain that or not.
So I guess if someone would like to make a motion.
I move the board to continue case 20-56A to the August meeting to give the applicant the opportunity to find a better product that will closely match the existing historic windows.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to case number 21-42, 112 Monroe Drive.
Hi, good evening. Noe Guerra for the applicant, Mr. and Mrs. Solomon. And Mr. Solomon's here. It's hard to follow such a delicate problem, but I do respect...
Well, we appreciate your patience.
Oh.
I know that was a long case. And to everyone in the audience, thank you for your patience.
Well, it's a very significant building and a very significant subject that you're gifted with as a community, so I wish you the very best in trying to find a resolution there. For our case, we're back again to present, hopefully, a presentation that carries with it answers to the questions that you brought up, which were very thoughtful and very considerate in regards to our initial presentation. What we have done is to have taken your thoughts about the exterior window proportions, the banding, the coins, and looked at the structure a little bit differently. And I think one of the significant things that we have accomplished in this effort here is to have, I think, come together with a solution that we hope you'll find to be acceptable, and we, I guess to say without hesitation, have a strong interest in option number one. But let me just work through the presentation and show you where we're at. Now, how do I move through the slides here? Enter. Okay. Excuse me. There we go. So this is the first sheet of our concept presentation, which is more focused around the option number one. Excuse me, that's backward. This is the front cover sheet with the north elevation of the building. To the right is the proposed replacement of an existing 2.5-story element, and to the left is the addition of our sought-after observation deck. Our site plan here currently reflects in blue are the sort of cayenne color, the additions that are being made to the existing building. We are also in this particular effort reflecting the background of our landscape architect's work, which you probably hadn't seen to date. So, and I'll get to that site plan to give you a little bit better sense as to what they're proposing. But we're essentially taking the driveway off of Washington and moving it to Monroe, and adding to the southeast corner a small pool cabana. We're taking an inside kitchen and expanding it towards the outside of the house underneath our second floor master suite expansion, and taking an existing space that was repurposed as a garage to an exercise room to a more legitimate two-car garage, which would be on the northwest corner of the house. This document you haven't seen yet. It's the proposal developed by our landscape architect, Lang Design Group, and it reflects the owner's interest in the modifications that they'd like to see on their property, highlighting, of course, the entry drive off Monroe, adding a recreational court for the Solomons. Their son is quite an athlete and likes to have all those activities on the property, as well as adding a pool and a spa on the rear for the family entertainment. We're starting with the proposed plan rather than the existing, and I'll work my way towards the existing just to give you a sense as to where we were starting from. But this proposed plan, as I was suggesting in the site, adds a small pool cabana to the southeast corner and expands the original garage concept towards the north with garage access there, and enlarges the kitchen area, adding an exercise room to the west of that. The second floor master suite is somewhat similar to the original, although much more enhanced in size. And we're using the existing stairwell that's servicing that second floor existing master and expanding that to add elevation to get us to a little bit higher elevation. This roof reflects the proposed roof that we're proposing here for this house. And these are the exterior elevations reflecting our desired option number one. And we tried very hard to, and I think you brought this subject up when we last talked, show a large difference between the original building and the newer building by eliminating the coins almost entirely from the newer proposed portions and keeping the coins on the center portion of the living room, which has the bay window with the coins to each side. And I personally like that. I'm glad that you all suggested that, because I think that's a much better approach for this structure. And I guess the other improvements to this are taking off the horizontal banding on the north elevation. And also, we, in this approach, thought seriously about the observation deck and did realize that it was large and maybe more imposing than one would want. So we took a little bit more of an aggressive approach to restructuring the guest bedroom on the northeast corner of the house and lowered that observation deck, keeping a very similar character to the original proposal, but making it much more in line with the proportions of the house and giving the east side of that house a little bit more balance architecturally. The proposed south elevation shows the studio or the pool cabana on the right-hand side with the observation deck behind it. And on the left-hand side shows a proposed second floor master suite with the newly added outriggers, giving it a little bit more architectural definition. The windows, generally speaking, have had a proportion that's more horizontal in nature, with the exception that the existing French doors on the existing living room are more rectangular in proportion. So we had kept the proportions more in keeping with the original northeast and bedroom wing, and tried to utilize those proportions a little bit more effectively, but also having the challenge of dealing with the family room French doors too. So our proposal is still a bit mixed in that nature, but we're certainly not replacing all the existing windows, but as much as we are with the addition, adding windows that have similar character. This is just a structural section through the new proposed building, looking toward in the garage and with the master suite above. And these are the different perspectives of the building for option number one. And I'm going to lead you to the option number two, which we included, which takes a different approach to the observation deck, where we're proposing, instead of a gable roof that I think more appropriately mimics the style of the architecture, but it does make this proposal a little bit more diminished in nature, and allowed us, with keeping the portion of the existing roof below that observation deck, it allowed us to keep the coins on that corner, which I think is architecturally not as appropriate as removing them and dressing up that corner with a little bit more of a cleaner approach. And observation number 3, or proposal number 3, is the original proposal that we had made with the observation deck at a higher elevation. So I think really, that being said, these are the existing plans for the house. This is the existing first floor plan. The northeast corner has 2 windows that are very much the same as the southeast corner, which those windows are very much the same. They're all casement in style. And the exercise room, where we're utilizing that space for the proposed garage, is staying pretty much the same, except for the north elevation that is now expanding. Second floor existing master is very diminished in size, and we're taking that floor level and just raising it a couple feet. And that's the original roof plan. And these are photographs of the existing building. We really don't know a lot about the history of it, although it does have some distinguishing characteristics that want to be preserved. And the bay window has been claimed as being one of those salient aspects. So I think with that, I don't want to belabor this too long, but I'd like to see you guys take a look at our favored opportunity with option number 1 with good favor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions of the applicant?
I have one question, if you don't mind. The observation deck, you're showing one with the roof and one with the pergola, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, and maybe this is for the owner or for the applicant, do you need to have a roof or a structure above that?
Well, in this weather, it's really appropriate. And for our client, they have furniture there that they'd like to keep, and it does give sun protection. The idea of having no roof on that is much more difficult to look at relative to use, and it does add a architectural feature, I believe, that helps balance the building out. It's a very tight lot. We're surrounded by very, very large buildings,
right, yeah.
And it's on the periphery of your historic neighborhood. So it's not as though we're trying to become a very difficult mix in the middle of the historic properties, but we're trying very much to survive as a smaller building amongst a future expanded southern properties that are diminishing this property quite significantly. So I think for us, this house has an existing condition, as you can see in the perspective, with an addition that was made some time back. We don't really know much about the timing of any of this. That was very inappropriate and really didn't fit with the historic character of the original building. What I think we're doing is we're going to a lot of expense to take that rework that existing 2-story structure into one that actually makes this a much more plausible 3-dimensional scheme.
Thank you.
But to answer your question, yeah, we think we need it.
Yeah, I got that.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Frederick Mittner, staff presentation for case 21-42, 112 Monroe Drive. As you know, this was a continued case from last month. The subject property is on the southeast corner of Monroe and Washington Road. It is 1 lot away from the edge of the historic district. This lot just to the south is the last parcel. This structure on that side is non-contributing. The structure immediately to the east of the subject is also non-contributing, and then you have higher rise buildings to the south, as you can see here in this image. The applicant I'm doing a new on the top and previous below. The architect took the board's recommendations into consideration for refining the window sizes, minimizing the coins, and lowering the roof height here to really read as a subservient portion of the building. The site plan has not changed too much. One thing that I think is an improvement was not asked of by the board is instead of a spiral staircase, it is a straight run now on the east side. And again, the top is, and these images are the new proposed elevation. So you can see from the east, it is lower than the other roof line. It is a contributing structure, however, it is very odd. It has had an evolution over the years, and there's really no primary architectural style. The top is the new that was the previous proposal versus the current, bringing that roof line down. Previous proposal, again with the spiral stair and the tall gable here. Some perspectives, and again, the three options that were presented. Staff was in favor of the application before, but I think the board's feedback really provided an even better solution, so staff would recommend option 1 and not the original option 3. Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff from the board?
And I put this into the record last time, but I'd like to state it again. My recommendation for approval would not be the same if this was a mid-block, mid-district house. I think it's unique because of its context.
Which architectural style would you say it is currently?
Masonry vernacular, just to kind of capture the mix that it is. I do think the bay window is probably its most significant features. Its side-facing gables with the vents that they're going to reincorporate. I think from a siting standpoint, I think moving the driveway off of Washington is also smart. Right now, there's really only a canvas carport, I believe it's canvas, but it is a carport off of Washington, which is a heavily trafficked street. So I think this is a good solution for this site. Again, it's very my recommendation is very site specific here.
With the proposed changes, would you still characterize it as the same style?
Yes, it's still a masonry vernacular.
Okay, thank you.
What is your opinion about the pergola versus the hip roof?
I definitely wouldn't recommend a hip, but pergola versus the gable,
gable,
I think.
yeah.
I think that's also a good solution, but it's an element that doesn't exist anywhere. So that's why I think the gable would be appropriate. It does step down. I think with some of the landscaping, it actually won't be quite as visible, and again, because there are the taller structures to the south. It works. But definitely an improvement from option 3, which you saw before.
Any further questions of staff? Okay, thank you. Do we have any members of the public that wish to comment on this case? Okay, seeing none, we will go into executive session. Mr. Williams, I have to say that it was literally an epiphany to me when you suggested removing the roof. And now I've been processing that. And I can think of historical precedents within the historic districts in West Palm for roof decks and balconies on second floors and things like that that are not covered. And so for me, that, I don't know, that a light bulb went off in my head when you suggested that. And I think that I also just want to point out that this is an ad valorem application, which means that, you know, we're supposed to hold this to a slightly higher standard than most of our projects, because in exchange for doing good preservation work, applicants who are approved for ad valorem, they actually receive a tax break over a period of 10 years on their property. And so I would just like to point out those two things. Those are the two things in my mind that I'm thinking of in considering this application.
I would be in agreement with that. If there was no covered element to the roof deck or the terrace, I would also be in support of the application as an ad valorem. I think all the other changes that were made, really improved the application as a whole. And that's really, for me, the only standout as that wasn't fully addressed from our concerns from last time.
And I'm glad you said that, because I really appreciate everything that you've done to take into consideration with the comments that we made at the last meeting. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I made that comment because one of the options is a pergola, which is not an enclosure or a roof. So I felt like if it didn't have anything at all, other than just a decorative railing, I don't know, some umbrellas or something up there, it could be quite charming. The other option would be, if you had a structure like that you would embellish it a little bit more, maybe not make it so consistent with the architecture. I don't want to say a folly, but something a little softer and romantic. But I don't know, I'm kind of thinking that a beautiful railing and a nice setting up there would be pretty, because it tends to read as a pop-up out of nowhere. That's my only issue with it.
I agree, and I think it'll read more as a one-story element without a roof than with a roof.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that's the reason I asked a question about the pergola, because in my opinion, this design kind of is fighting with the rest of the house, right? So I am not seeing an appropriate solution. I would like, probably, I agree with Mr. Williams about not having a roof at all, right? And having just a terrace.
Any further discussion?
So we're talking about another continuance, basically?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think the condition is just that it's constructed without an enclosure.
Okay.
If someone would like to make that motion, of course you can make a different motion.
And just to clarify, option 2, which has the pergola, has an overhang around, which shouldn't be there, right? So would be kind of option 1 without the roof, without the columns and the roof, right? But not with the roof overhang around it.
I'll try a motion. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-42 for ad valorem pre-construction additions and alterations in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitutes competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, and the additional criteria set forth in section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The conditions include the following: that the terrace element shall not have an enclosure.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. We appreciate you working with us. Case number 21-44, 5000 Spruce Avenue was withdrawn by the applicant, so we will move into new business, 315 Valencia Road, which is case number 21-55.
Good evening. Kevin Osbacher with Osbacher Architecture, representing my client at 315 Valencia. We're here to propose today a new two-story Mediterranean-style home and a small detached garage with a bedroom on top towards the rear of the property. This property was created as it was split off from the existing home to the west. They split this property off and sold it, so the lot is currently vacant. The property is 50 by 125. It's just north of 23,600 square feet. We are proposing, like I said, a two-story home. It's 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, with 1,798 square feet of lot coverage and 3,300 square feet of FAR. We're within all the setbacks and the height regulations as well. This is the neighborhood plan. The subject property is in the center there with the elevations of the proposed house in the center and all of the neighbors on that block to either side. Photographs of all the neighbors. Top row, second in from the right, first one on the right is a subject property. That's the vacant lot there, split off from the house to the left. And the rest of the photographs are neighbors east and west. The floor plans, the ground floor plan is a small covered entrance. You enter into a gallery space with a dining space and a small library to either side. You move beyond that. There's a kitchen and a family room and then a covered loge on the back with a butler's pantry between the kitchen and the dining room. And then to the left side of the sheet is, on the top left, is the garage at the rear of the property, the detached garage, and you head up a set of exterior stairs to get to a small apartment. It's a small bedroom and a bath and closet. Roof plan of both structures, and then the elevations. So barrel tile roof, 4 and 12 pitch. Like I said, we meet the height limitations on both structures. The side elevation shows you that the garage structure in the back, we tried to keep that smaller and much lower, put a flat roof on that, try and minimize its size in the back of the property. Stucco returns on all the windows. Run stucco sills and brackets to simulate stone, aluminum railings, and then the eaves, all the eave material would be painted wood. It's a wall section there. We've laid out all the doors and windows there. Tried to keep I'm supposed to have a colored 3D model here, and I don't see it. So hopefully you have that in your packet. It was supposed to be on this presentation. I apologize.
It's in this presentation.
Is it in there? Yeah. Sorry about that. And that concludes what I have to present to you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of the applicant?
So the recommendation from staff, there is a condition of approval. Yeah, the question is for you. So there is a condition of approval, right? That the window shall feature clear glass on the front elevation and all mounting shall be external dimensional. Are you in agreement with that request?
Yes.
Okay. Another question. So here says that the maximum height is 25 feet. So in the table, in the first sheet, I'm gonna go there.
Here?
In the code analysis section on the first sheet, that there, it says that the maximum height is 25, the proposed is 24, but the elevation shows 25. I mean, you are still within the maximum, but I just wanted to clarify that.
You're correct. That would be a typo in the calculations.
So it's 25 feet.
We are at the number, but we are right there. Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the applicant?
I just have one question. Kim, why only one window above the garage?
On the west elevation?
Yeah.
We had considered making it a double. I don't think I feel strongly about it. They were sort of trying to think through, because it's not a huge room, how they might lay out the furniture in terms, small guest suite. So if there's a strong feeling that we might go to a larger window, I'm happy to do so.
It's probably not an important elevation. Just, I think it makes the building look a little tall, but that was my only question.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
A quick summary of the request for new construction at 315 Valencia Road. As the applicant indicated, is a newly created lot just east of the home that was actually owned by John and Lori Vogt in the El Cid Historic District. You can see that home, the historic contributing property to the west, and now the vacant lot to the east. I believe these may have been the renderings you were referring to. That should be in your packet, and this is what is being proposed: two-story Medrev primary structure, two-story small, one-car garage, and guest suite above in the back. It does meet all the zoning criteria, and as you can see in the street elevation and streetscape, as well as the site plan compared to the surrounding property, is very much in keeping with the El Cid Historic District, as well as the roof height, the multiple hip roofs, and even having that detached structure in the rear. The floor plans were provided in your packet, has a covered entry, open loggia at the rear. The elevations we felt had adequate fenestration and solids to voids, as well as details such as the outriggers, and therefore we believe it does meet the applicable codes in the Historic Preservation Ordinance and Secretary of Interior Standard Number 9. And as is often standard, we are recommending that the front windows be clear glass with no low E on the front. They can do that on the sides and rear, and that all muntins on the windows shall be dimensional on the exterior. Thank you.
Questions of staff?
Ms. Mittner, I just wanted to clarify something that is also in the code analysis sheet, in that table, that says that the minimum lot size, width size, is 60, but this is a 50-foot lot. So is there any...
There's no concern there. It was split along originally platted lot lines, and so you could create that 50-foot lot if it was originally platted that way.
Okay. I just want to make sure that there is no waiver or anything that needs to be...
And the subdivision process was handled administratively by zoning staff prior to the application being submitted.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
We do have a public comment that was received.
Okay, thank you. So public comment.
One email received by staff from Paul Clutt. Hello, I will not be able to attend tonight's hearing in person, but would like my comments entered into the public record. I live at 316 Valencia Road. Pending review of specific plans, I wish to voice my opposition to the proposal as stated. Number one, as described, this would pose a risk to public safety by increasing the on-street parking. The 300 block of Valencia Road is already congested, and larger vehicles similar to fire and EMT must frequently detour around because of cars parked on the street. Unless the proposed structure has adequate off-street parking, this will exacerbate an existing problem. I anticipate this problem will already get worse with the completion of a barbecue restaurant at the corner of Valencia and Dixie. I wish to keep Valencia Road a quiet residential street. Number two, concerns with county and local density thresholds. The existing water and sewer infrastructure is already at capacity. Twice in the last 3 months, our block has experienced sewer backups due to issues with main lines. Adding a multi-family unit will tax an already stressed system. Number three, I am concerned the accessory structure will be used as a rental unit, adding to the issues above. I question the owner's representations and promises. The lot at 315 Valencia is currently neglected. The grass is over a foot tall and has been cited for code violations. If a party cannot perform the simple task of maintaining a vacant lot, how could we believe any promise or representation made about building a complex structure on the property and adhering to applicable code and laws? End of comment.
I'd be happy to address those from a staff standpoint. The applicant has provided adequate off-street parking. They're required 2 parking spaces. Their driveway is much longer than that, can accommodate more than 2, as well as the 1-car garage. It is not a multifamily unit. That back building cannot be a separate unit. It cannot have cooking facilities, and therefore cannot be rented out separately. Obviously, I can't attest to anything about the owner and their other intentions, but from what was submitted, it is all permissible.
Okay, thank you. And what is the status of the Volk property next door?
I don't know.
Okay.
Don't know.
It does look like it's in disrepair. At what point does that become a demolition by neglect?
I think it's definitely not there, but I'll talk to code enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
You said it's not there?
No.
Okay. I bet you someone here knows what's going on.
Okay. Any further questions? Would you like to offer a rebuttal to the public comment?
Briefly, we were trying to minimize the amount of paving in front of the house. We wanted to keep as much landscape as we could, so the driveway is really long. They do have a garage in the back. If the board would like to entertain a single parking spot in the front, happy to consider it. I'm sure we can make it really nice looking, but we didn't feel it was necessary. This is a young family. It's a young couple with 1 young child, so there won't be any rentals living above the garage. It's not needed. And to speak to the water and issues, I have to ask a utility expert, I guess.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And can I ask a question? Is the applicant is going to live in this property?
I'm sorry?
The applicant is going to live?
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. This is not a rental property. This is for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
The concern I have, if that was behind...
Ms. Pullum, could you please
I'm so
restate
very
your-
sorry, Nancy Pullum, Belmont Road, is that sheer wall on the back of the garage backs up to somebody on, what, Cordova, Granada? And there's no relief on it. It just looks like a wall. And it may not behoove them to put a window there. I don't know what's going on inside, and I haven't thoroughly reviewed the plans, but it's not very attractive. And it becomes pretty industrial looking if that's what you're facing from the yard behind it. Just a thought, and from the views of the windows of the property behind it. So it might be nice to do something, whether it's a recess or some kind of relief from just a straight up flat wall. Thank you.
Thank you. You have an opportunity to respond to that as well.
Again, I think they're pretty flexible. To me, they're going to have landscaping in the back. The other people probably have some landscaping. It's a matter of, from our perspective, it's a guest suite. Someone could be in that room looking down over their backyard swimming pool. It seems more of a privacy issue to me than a static one in the rear of the property, 10 feet from the property line, but we're happy to entertain something different.
Okay, thank you.
It's a bed wall.
Okay, do we have any further public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session. Would anyone like to start the discussion?
I have no objections. I think it fits nicely. I think the character of the house fits nicely into the neighborhood as well. I would not add any more paving for additional parking. I'd leave as much green area as possible for landscaping. Those are my comments.
The proposed new construction takes its design cues from the historic neighborhood that it's a part of. There's differentiation in the mass that breaks up the bulk of the structure. I mean, everything that's proposed to me conforms with our standards, and it's refreshing to see, you know, a design that off the bat has really taken such a thorough approach and so much thought into making sure that it's appropriate for the neighborhood and the surrounding context.
I completely agree. I think the design is very thoughtful and considerate of its location. Any discussion regarding public comment about the, I believe it's 2 elevations on the accessory structure that are plain?
The first one that was made by Mr. Williams in regard to the single window, I would leave it up to the applicant. It's a small facade as it is, and it's at the rear. You know, it's not something that would be visible from the street, so I'm not very concerned about it. For the blank wall, yes, I mean, to me, that's a bit more jarring. The mass of it makes it more so because it's not a single-story structure. It would be nice to see it broken up with something. And then, you know, I guess the alternative point to that is that a lot of times we have neighbors that don't want to see any windows that come onto their property, you know, that have a view of their property. So again, at the rear of the property, not visible from the street. For me, I don't find the need to make a condition, but if someone felt that it was necessary, I would be willing to support that also.
Ms. Mittner, I have a question. As far as historical precedents, when you have an accessory structure like this, is it typical that you would see?
You would have openings in it, but I think, listening to the public comment, I think it could just be a recess or a relief with tile, because we do get a lot of feedback from neighbors frustrated that we had forced windows in previously. So I think that would be a better solution, is tile inset or some stucco work.
So that perhaps it could be a condition where the applicant works with you to address.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is a blank wall. I agree with the public comment that we need to address it in some way.
I mean, even though it's not our purview, I mean, that seems like something that could be addressed with landscaping. Then all of a sudden, it's not a blank wall anymore.
Any further?
I would like to see some kind of articulation on that wall, or some material or something added to it, not to be a tall blank wall.
I'm probably an outlier, but I'm a 1-story building surrounded by 2-story buildings. And I like having something to look at rather than just a blank wall. And I think it adds to the character of the neighborhood.
I mean, you could do 2 small square windows up high and spaced out so you could fit a bed between it. No one's looking out those windows.
It's a bed wall. I'm
Yeah.
happy to do 2 smaller windows, maybe above the nightstand, so maybe the sill is higher, or you can't look over the neighbor's property. Happy
Yeah.
to accommodate.
Right.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Unless there's any further discussion, would someone like to make a motion?
I'm not making motions yet. I have to study my homework here before.
It is a little bit easier that we have the book with us, so. This is our first meeting back. I don't know if we all know, but.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-55 for new give me 1 second, get to the other motion. For case number 21-55 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitutes competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance and the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10. The conditions include the following. 1, windows shall feature clear glass on the front elevation and all muttons shall be external dimensional. And 2, that niche, recess, windows, or other features be added to the blank wall of the accessory structure to break up the facade.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you so much for your efforts and for being so agreeable. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next case is case number 21-56, 211 Edgewood Drive.
Do you want me to pull up an image at all? Or? Yeah. Okay, sure.
No, no worries. This. Yep, perfect. Yep. Mhm. Yep.
Okay. All right. Good evening to the board members. Hi. My name is Hillary McLean, and I am the architect at 211 Edgewood Drive. As this is my first time presenting to the board, I'll make a brief introduction. I'm a West Palm Beach native, and I credit the historic homes and neighborhood of El Cid and Prospect Park for really sparking my interest in architecture and ultimately determining my career path. So, okay. The project I'm presenting tonight is a single-family home in the Southland Park subdivision. It's a few streets north of Southern Boulevard, built in 1938, and it was purchased this past May by the current homeowner after having been in possession of one family for several decades, or many decades. The new homeowners are sensitive to the historic characteristics of the house and have renovated other properties in the area as well, and historic residences in Charleston, South Carolina. They understand the importance of preservation and are eager to renovate this property while keeping its historic character. The home intends to be their family home for a long term, and they're looking to expand the home vertically to capture the space above a 1980s addition to the home, which would accommodate a master suite and guest room. So I'm going to flip through the presentation. So this is the existing structure.
And here I show an extended open porch with a trellis feature above, the thought being to keep as much of the original structure intact and just adding this trellis feature to provide overhead protection at the open porch. The second level is going to go above the rear portion of the house, which is currently single story with a flat roof, and it would create a second story. The carport is not going to be considered for this, this review. Proposed south and north elevations of the homes to the front and rear of the property. This extended second level is seen here at the top. And by articulating this addition with double sash windows, it kind of adds to the narrative of the house, I felt. And it would show that it was separate and maybe happened at a later point. The intent for the exterior siding, which is currently vinyl, is to be replaced with composite siding. And I am open to a material. I believe the staff had a different suggestion for material, and I am open to that. Also replacing the existing asphalt shingle roofing for another asphalt shingle roof that would be architecturally dimensional. Showing the demo and proposed interior first floor plan. And this is the addition on the second floor, where we have a master suite and a guest room being added. And then a couple perspectives of what this would look like. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
So staff made 3 conditions, right, of approval. Did you read them? Are you in agreement with them? I mean, one is related to the trellis that doesn't meet the zoning setbacks.
Right.
So do you understand that you may have to remove it?
Yes, that's understood. That is not for consideration at this time.
Can you go back to the elevations? I have a question for you. What, because the elevations show like a big fascia, blank fascia. Can you explain what you are showing in the elevation? Is at the edge of the roof. The edge of the roof has a big blank fascia. So can you explain why is that?
Here?
Yeah.
I believe that was just part of the model. It would be, we would try to match the existing fascia of the roof.
But it's just a wood fascia.
It is a wood fascia, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And the intent is not to replace the actual, just the roofing material on the existing structure. No.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Frederique Mittner presenting ad valorem pre-construction application for alterations and additions to 211 Edgewood Drive. As was mentioned, it's property mid-block on the north side of Edgewood Drive in the Prospect Park / Southland Park Historic District. It is contributing, and here is an image of the existing structure. And Mr. Jaroslavsky, you can see they actually already have that kind of wide band of a fascia. So I think that was just being replicated on the elevation. What's being proposed, that's primarily visible from the street, is that second floor addition here and a new entry feature. The trellis that would have covered this car on the west side, again, is not part of the proposal any longer because it did not meet side setback requirements. And we think that the applicant has done a good job in keeping with the colonial style of architectural, adding shutters that are scaled appropriately, and as she indicated, a double window here to distinguish this addition from the rest of the house, yet still be compatible with a 6/6 single hung. Also creating this entry feature and a covered entry, even though that was not there before. It's still architecturally appropriate and could be removed in the future. The choice of materials that were submitted was an asphalt shingle roof, which is similar to what's there now. These aluminum shutters, which actually also offer impact protection. Replacement windows, the applicant has submitted evidence that they are not original windows, so they are going to match the original in style. But again, even though they're wood, they're not original. They had no ropes and weights, and documentation was submitted for that. The only concern was that even though it's not an original wood siding, the applicant is bringing me a sample, but it is a vinyl siding. You can kind of see when you drive by, it has a little warped look to it. They were initially proposing hardy board, which is a cementatious siding. However, staff's recommending a Burrell product because we feel that simulates the wood better and is a longer lasting product and also has some authentic materials in it. Here were also some sketches that were provided by the applicant. And again, staff believes it does meet our code as well as Secretary of Interior Standards 9 and 10. So we're recommending approval with the 3 conditions. Again, trellis is not part of the application. I'm going to work with the applicant to get a Burrell smooth siding finish in a width that was historically there. And then all windows shall feature white frames, clear glass, raised OG exterior muntins, and low E on the sides and rear, which is typical of our fenestration policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this case?
Staff has received 2 emails regarding this case. First is from Devorah Callahan. I live at 215 Edgewood Drive, directly to the west of the applicants. They have shared their construction plans with me, and I'm very supportive of the improvements they want to make to the home and to the neighborhood. I believe the changes are in keeping with the historic nature of the house and will only enhance the street view. End of her comment. The next is from Joseph Molina. Good morning. We live at 219 Grayman Drive. We are in support of the changes being proposed to 211 Edgewood Drive. We believe the improvements will add to the overall neighborhood while keeping with the historical feel of the area. We support these changes and appreciate the effort being made. End of comment.
Thank you. You are allowed a rebuttal, but I don't think you need to say anything. Okay, so we'll move into executive session.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-56 on 211 Edgewood Drive for ad valorem pre-construction additions and alterations in accordance with standard 9 and 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent and substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, specifically Standards 9 and 10, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The conditions include the following. The western trellis does not meet zoning setbacks and shall not be approved. 2, applicant to document existing siding is indeed vinyl and demonstrate siding underneath. Applicant shall then match evidence of original siding in wood or a Boral smooth finish product. 3, all windows shall feature white frames, clear glass, and raised ogee exterior mountings. Low E only permitted on sides and rear.
Do a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Your case was approved. Thank you for your efforts and considering the integrity of the structure and for also reaching out to the neighbors. We appreciate that. Thank you. Moving on to case number 19-58A, 227 Rugby Road.
When we submitted everything on.
Yeah, I didn't see a presentation specifically. I mean, they have your whole submittal, but not for this evening. I mean, I saw windows that you sent today, pictures.
Right.
So.
But I sent you the file that I had sent to put up on the.
No, it won't pull up the network, yep. You're welcome to obviously use any of the images I have, but
okay.
I didn't have the presentation file from submittal. Sorry.
That's right. Good evening, Commissioners. Daniel Clavijo with SK Architect and Planner. I believe there was something incorrect when we had submitted, so sorry, but I'm using Frederick's presentation, which essentially has all the information for this property. 227 Rugby Road, if you remember, I see a lot of familiar faces when we came by and presented this project about a year or two ago for expansion of the property. It's here at Rugby Road, the original structure which you see from the satellite image. This was existing along with the garage in the rear, and we received approval to expand, and you can see this Google satellite image was taken as the foundation was being laid. This was the image of the house prior to construction commencing, and as construction has commenced, this has been the expansion to it. The main issue or the main request that we're asking for is to the rear of the property. Okay, and this would be the proposal. These three windows here, because of how the floor plan lays out in terms of the bedroom here, by keeping them, it would disrupt the flow of the space, and it would require the windows to be blocked, which is, it's not the most useful way of getting light into the house, as well as disrupting the flow of the space. So our proposal is to remove two of those windows and leaving only one. These two windows are being slightly reduced in size and being moved closer to the balcony to the side. But when we requested for staff approval, essentially, we were told that this was something that we would have to come before you to the commission to receive this approval. So that is essentially what we're here for. We're also here any other questions that you might have in terms of how the property is going, but that is the main part that we're requesting today.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? Could you please clarify if those windows are original or not?
Sure. Well, in
or the openings.
Right. In terms of the house, the existing house, those three windows were in that location. If this, here you can see this was the drawings that we presented of the existing house in 2019 when we received approval, and this was the proposed that we received approval with. I believe one change was the pattern of the division of lights here for the doors, which we changed and got approved via staff. So in order to match, as you can see, the rest of the windows. So as you can see, those three windows, we're proposing to reduce it to one. There was discussion of it, and if it's a case of maintaining, I guess, how those three windows are, we obviously, as you can see, have remained consistency along the other types of windows throughout the house. And in the front, that was not the last one that was approved. I don't have here in this roller deck the last version that was approved, but there was a comment I recall from that meeting where we had these windows here, and in order to match them a little bit more, we placed the 3-window, kind of that same type of style in this area, which is the laundry room and / mudroom. So that's what we were trying to do in terms of matching consistency. It just falls to, you know, here's the rear of the property. It's not facing the street. We obviously realize how the district works, but obviously for the flow of the space, it would be much more beneficial. And I guess here's the plan where you can see this would be the benefit of removing those 3 windows to be 1 window, which would make a much more symmetrical space here and not have us to have to block out a window here for the closet and another one here in the bedroom, which wouldn't work for the flow of the space.
Any further questions of the applicant?
So I just have one question. Are you just removing 1 window? So you'll basically have 2 windows in that room?
Correct,
Okay.
Keith. We'd ask for,
Center
instead of having the 3, to have only 1.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and also the homeowner is with us today, Kelly Schiami, and her husband Andrew is the contractor for the home, and they are going to be living in it. They're going to be raising their kids. Another one's on the way, so they're really trying to push this to continue on this forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Frederick Mittner presenting alteration request for 227 Rugby Road, case 19-58A. As the architect for the project already explained, it's on the northeast corner of Rugby and South Olive Avenue, and you can see the approved construction underway here on the west side of the original contributing structure. This was the image of the structure when it came in front of you in December of 2019, and this is the subject property now. So there's several concerns here. The first was they did receive approval. The approval was for the 2-story addition, which is under construction, the construction of the 2-car garage at the back, and site work. The conditions were that the French door-like configuration will match the existing French door. We addressed that at a staff level. And the applicant will consider the front addition and fenestration with city staff, which was done as well. However, part of that original request and approval was not to replace any of the front-facing windows east of the entry. So this was the existing main house. These were all supposed to remain. This large addition was approved, again with modifications to the fenestration pattern, which the applicant did do. These are the other elevations, previous and proposed, and as you can see, that triple window was an original component of the house at the rear. So when the applicant approached staff about modifying that, we felt that was a significant enough of a change to bring him back to the board because it was an original opening, even though it is on the rear elevation going from 3 to 2. The other 2 shifted just slightly by a few inches, and it was on the new construction. So we felt that was something we could support administratively. So we did approve the shifting slightly of a window here on the west elevation. The one at the rear here, again, that's part of the new construction. It was a very minor shift, but changing an original triple window to a single, felt that had to come back to the board. Additionally, we expressed concerns to the applicant about the expanded scope of work because this was not what was approved by the board. There's a significant loss of historic material. The stucco is gone, the windows are gone, and these were never part of the original application to be replaced. I am presuming this is currently just a window for ventilation for the crew while they're there, and that will not be the finished product. However, again, this was not part of the scope of work. When I asked about why are these windows replaced, I received just in the last 48 hours correspondence about the level of rot, which I certainly see here, and the concern about the deterioration of the windows, which I am not evidencing here. These windows are casement windows. They're open and operable here, and I don't see any rot in the wooden frames. So based on Secretary Interior Standards, specifically number 6, for repair and modifications to an original opening at the back after what has occurred at the site, I am recommending denial of the modifications.
Questions of staff?
So do we know if the front facade is going to return to its original state?
I will have to defer to the applicant.
Hi, everyone. And yes, there was a significant level of rot in these locations. And yes, the windows are going to be placed in the same form, style, exact same representation as the front. As you can see kind of here, and this was pervasive throughout the house. Obviously, a house being of this amount of age and no work being done to it in a significant amount of time, there was a high level of care and maintenance that needed to be done. And like I said, the owners are the contractors. There's nobody who wants the house to be more livable and correct than they do. And they are in that process of restoration to bring it up to standard and make it look the same way as it was previously existing. Again, we have one of the owners here who can address any comments regarding to that, but this is to a significant level that this had to be done, and they're in that procedure to bring it up as the same way as it is or it was existing.
Thank you.
Ms. Mittner, this is an ad valorem project, is it not?
That was what the original application was. Yes, that was the request.
Ms. Mitnick, do you have the original submittal when we approved this in 2019 with at least the front elevations?
Yes.
That one.
This was the front one. And then again, there were conditions which the applicant did address.
Now, in the approved application from 2019, they were not supposed to replace the windows.
Not the ones east of the entry.
And those windows are gone.
I believe so, unless they're being stored somewhere. I don't know.
What was the question? Can you repeat, please?
Do the windows still exist somewhere?
Are they being stored? Do they
Are
exist?
they being stored
The
or
applicant.
anything?
They are not.
Okay, so they are gone, maybe in the trash, they are gone.
What is left of the original facade? It's just the framing beyond it, or part of the framing beyond it? Anything?
At the moment, yes. Again, and this is documented so that we have, and we'll have the same amount of windows. There is, for example, here, these windows, which we received approval to have this transom above it. So these windows were obviously called out to be different in terms that they would have the transom. Previously, they had a shutter and a portion here, which, you know, in its originality, it would have had a transom. But as to the other windows, they are not currently there because, again, they had to be removed when the restoration process was underway.
Yeah, but you understand that if you are removing an element that is historic, has a historic connotation, you have to come before the board. You can't just go ahead and remove it because you found that the window is all rotted, right?
Correct.
It's a difficult situation now.
Mm-hmm.
Where did the breakdown in communication occur? I know that your firm and the owner's firm work a lot on the island and certainly in West Palm Beach, and I'm very surprised to see this. So what happened? Why wasn't this communicated to Ms. Mittner?
I am not sure as well, and we obviously try to follow up and find the communication here. In looking back at it, what I can say or think, and I don't know for sure, Andrew could not be here today, but obviously the pandemic was part of it. I'm not saying it's an excuse or anything, but I don't know that part. I also don't know when the city of West Palm Beach would go and review the status of the house, how that influenced in a part, obviously, as construction is undergoing. I'm assuming that building codes are going in and checking on the construction for, tests and permits and whatnot. I don't know why a portion there wasn't raised. And the only other thing that I can think of is, and obviously whatever is in the record is in the record. I don't know if there was some miscommunication that the windows were going to be, in essence, replaced to be exact. If it was there in the record that these windows weren't going to be touched at all, then that's in the record, and I do not have an answer for that. Again, we did not do that work. We're obviously, as architects, supervising, but not doing the actual work. So again, I don't know where it is. I wish I could have a better answer for everybody, but I believe that there were those multiple different factors that influenced in what was going on, and we didn't receive any word until we were going to ask for this request for these window modifications to the side and the rear elevation. Nothing was given to the contractor as they were performing the work, as inspections were going on. So I'm not sure where it is, and I agree with you, it's rather unfortunate in that regard, but that's the status of it, and it is the method that they are going to restore it to a house that, as I mentioned, has suffered neglect over several years.
So I'm a little bit confused. Do you have CA services for this project or not? Has your firm been through the site while this was happening? Because I didn't visit the site, I just drive by it periodically and could tell immediately that what was being done to it was not what we had approved.
It has been a while. I would say that I personally have not been going through the site as construction has gone on. Obviously, if there's a question for us, like in this instance where there's asking to be a modification to the windows and such, we go through the procedure of submitting that to the town. Again, my question is, as the town of West Palm Beach goes to do inspections on the property, I don't know why that concern wasn't raised then. I'm not saying that, I don't know who is the one who's supposed to be the overarching person who makes those decisions.
I mean, as the architect, if what you're doing differs from your plans, it seems like it would be the obvious conclusion that you would have to go before the board or, the historic preservation staff member that you got the original approvals from to make sure that what you were doing is correct. I mean, like Ms. Schuyler said, your firm has done plenty of work in areas that require any modifications get some sort of approval, whether it's in West Palm Beach or Palm Beach. So I know that your firm is familiar with this process.
It is. Again, all I can say is that as we were continuing on with the project, we received the requests from the owner for the modification of some of these windows, which again is the ones in the rear. And as we were submitting this process, we did receive information that, what was the status on this?
I have a question for Frederic. What typically happens? I mean, I'm sure this has occurred before.
Typically, it's the contractor or the architect, whoever's managing the project, reaches out and says, we've run into an issue. We'll do a site visit, and sometimes, we'll confirm that, yeah, this is beyond salvage. We'll give you a staff approval, or it goes back to the board if it's substantial. It depends, but there was testimony given by the owner at the hearing that the original wood windows would remain.
So now we have no windows, we have a different facade. So now what are we allowed to do or say, or how do we help this move forward, I guess is my question.
Well, I think the first decision in front of you is the modification of the 3 windows to 1. That's their request. And then how you handle the modifications and loss of materials. I think it was brought up by another board member. It was an ad valorem. When they come for completed work, I would recommend that this, due to the loss of materials, this wouldn't be eligible for that.
But that should come back to the board.
Completed work always comes back to you. Usually it's on a consent agenda like you saw this evening, because it's usually in accordance with what was approved at pre-construction.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions of staff? Do we have any public comment?
This is Nancy Pullen, Belmont Road. I'm thunderstruck. I'm a layperson. I don't pretend to know construction or architecture, but I know that you have to have licenses to do both. And I resent very much the suggestion, why didn't the city catch it? Because that's why we have licensed general contractors and licensed architects, and their job is to build to what's been approved. So I have a real problem with that. And this is not, I'm afraid there's another property down the road that's going to come to you for something very similar, where they want to call it a restoration. It's a rebuild. When you knock whole walls down, outside walls, that isn't restoring. That's just demolition. I mean, the structure of the property stood. And I feel like if we don't address this, it's going to keep happening. And it certainly isn't an ad valorem candidate in my opinion, but I just find it disturbing as a layperson and as somebody who, like, you hire a contractor and you hire an architect, you expect them to ply their trade according to their licensing and to police themselves. That it shouldn't be a case of we can do anything we want to unless the city doesn't catch it. So it's a real problem. And it's a real problem to see that 2 professions that are licensed in this state both just neglected to be concerned that they were doing something they had no approval for. They might as well have built 2 feet over the property line as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it was wrong. It's just wrong. So I just wanted to share that. I have not been this surprised in a long time. I was in a licensed profession myself, and there's some liability and responsibility there for some serious mistakes that should not be transferred to the building department of the city, ever. Thank you.
You're welcome to respond if you'd like to.
Yes, again, I agree that it is an unfortunate incident. Again, I don't know who it is that the ultimate responsibility falls upon. If it's us, I can only say it's our fault and we gravely regret any error that happened. As architects, we're not in the method, we're not in the building means and methods of how something is going under construction. I obviously also don't want to be throwing under the bus a contractor, homeowner who are undertaking a project to beautify the neighborhood, make it livable for their young growing family, and who have done exceptional work in new construction, in landmark restoration. Again, I don't know where the error lied, and I offer apologies with deepest regret and understanding what the situation is. I think that, something, again, we had situations of the pandemic. I don't know if it was because of that nobody knew what was going on. I'm not saying that's a acceptable response to it. I don't know what the acceptable response is. All I can offer is the condolences, the fact that it won't in any way happen again. I think that we need to know as well, what are the rules and regulations in terms of coming to us and having it written down, in essence, which maybe it is and maybe we don't know where it was, in terms of if they ran into this error, that yes, first thing they should have said was come to the board. Maybe they couldn't do that. Maybe it was somebody who was on the job site and didn't know better, didn't receive the instruction, and it's now asking for forgiveness. And again, I can only say that I deeply regret it on our part, because yes, it should have taken the care to it, but I don't know what is the correct answer or where that error commenced.
And I would just like to point out that the COA, the Certificate of Appropriateness that you sign, has a matrix attached in the same PDF that establishes what the rules are for the changes you make. So you can go in, it's literally the same document as that COA, and that's what tells everyone what to do when something occurs, right? So if you have changes to windows, what that triggers and who you have to go to.
Understood. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
staff also received another email from Daniel Claverhove, who provided.
That's me.
That's you?
Yeah,
Okay, we received that letter.
With the photograph.
Okay.
Do we have any further public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session.
I don't know, it seems that this is, the loss of the windows is water under the bridge now. And as far as finger pointing is concerned, that's going to be between the architect and the owner and the construction company, okay? But if I was to make a recommendation to the board members, I would say certainly go along with the staff recommendation to deny. And in addition to that I don't know how we would do this, because usually there are no conditions attached to denials, but that the applicant would have to either go to a salvage and replace those windows exactly the way they were, or have new windows constructed exactly the way those lost windows were, and that their ad valorem tax credit be denied as well for making those changes.
I think that is going to be a second step, because when they finish the construction and the city will inspect the property and they say that they don't follow the approved application, they will probably lose the ad valorem, the tax exception.
We'd have to be pretty sure.
And I think that already happened in the last 4 years that I am here in the board, probably once or twice already.
Do we have our legal representative here? Okay. Do you have anything to add?
I can just confirm that is typically how it works. At the completed work stage, the board has made decisions to either not grant the ad valorem or modify the terms and not make it a full 10 years. So it does typically happen. And the onus on submitting a completed work application is always on the applicants. They let us know when they're done, substantially complete, and then we bring it forward per the published schedule of submittals and hearing dates.
So you're saying that would be something?
Madam Chair, if I can interject on one thing, what staff's report has stated so far is that they would like to consider the loss of historic materials that have occurred. From what I've heard so far, we don't have a full inventory of what materials have been lost.
Yes.
And in that regard, what I would like to do is to continue the case for at least a month, to allow an opportunity to do some additional due diligence, do a site visit. Personally, I'd like to do a site visit and take a closer look at the facts of the case, because right now, the issues that have been raised, I don't have a comfort level which would allow me to proceed with certainly not approving, but to see the extent of loss here, which staff has already pointed out. We don't have an inventory of the loss, and then we can evaluate what remedies are available to the city based on the fact that this is a contract between the city and the property owner, regardless of the professionals involved. From my understanding of the duties and responsibilities, when you enter into the contract with the city with the benefits of the approval and tax abatement, you have those responsibilities. Until we can collect the facts and make a determination, then we won't be able to determine what remedy we should opt with.
Sure. However, the only request really in front of you this evening is the modification of the 3 windows down to 1. But I would have been remiss not to mention the other issues and concerns on site. So I agree. I think another hearing at completed work or code enforcement, whatever other method is appropriate, would be addressing the loss of materials. But really, their only request is the 3 to 1 window.
I understand that, but I think that the fact that the request is being made to reduce the number of windows opens the door to further investigation, because that's the justification for the reduction of windows. So we need to go beyond just the framing of one reduction of windows, because the basis of reducing the windows is because of the condition the property is now in.
Actually, I think the basis is the floor layout, their furniture layout. If I understood it correctly, why they want to modify the windows.
It's a bedroom, so it's another
Sure.
bed wall. So
Yeah,
I think I
my
agree with-
opinion is, I mean, it's totally unfortunately, right, that there are historic windows that are lost, and there is nothing we can do about it right now. We are trying to help homeowners, projects, month after month, year after year, to do the right thing, and all of a sudden we have a situation where we can't do anything about it because the windows are lost. So my opinion is we deny today the request, and then there is a process for them when the project is completed. And unfortunately, I mean, I understand what you are saying, and if we can recover those windows now, we should do it, but I don't know that that is possible, right? But it's going to be an opportunity to deny the application at the end of the construction.
I agree with that opinion as far as denying today and then taking it the next step.
Denying today, that means they can come back or they can't come back?
No, they can't come back. The application to remove the windows will be denied. They have to keep the windows where they are.
It's just the 3 windows to the 1.
Correct. That is the application that we have in front of us tonight, right? The other issue is a very disturbing one, and I don't know what can be done now. If they are saying that the windows are gone, they are gone. What can we do? All what we can do is what we are allowed to do at the end of a process, when the construction ends.
So before the project is completed, what I'm concerned about is that these replacement windows are approved, because they have CGI in here. We have not approved CGI for those openings because they weren't supposed to be changed. So to me, they don't have approval for CGI for those openings. That would need, whatever they're proposing to replace it with, I would expect to see back before the board.
I would recommend that they come back with a solution for the front facade. I mean, obviously, you know, the architectural firm and the builder is totally capable of replicating exactly what's there. I don't.
And again, that is the idea, commissioners. The idea is to have the front facade. Well, it's not the idea, it's the intent, it's the purpose, and that's what's going to be done, to have the front be exactly as it was previously. Again, and again, apologies, the homeowner, Kelly Sciammi, if possible, she would like to address you guys for a second to address any concerns. But as to the point of that, we are going to place the front to be exactly as it was before, and as that's what our proposal is. That's what I can say about that portion. Do you want to speak?
Yes, you may.
Good evening. I'm Kelly Sciammi. I'm the homeowner. I know that we're really here to discuss eliminating the back 3 windows and turning it into one. It's slightly based on the floor plan. I never intended to do it because we always intended to keep the original windows, which unfortunately were beyond repair, and we did have specialists come in and take a look at them because I had also wanted to keep the original windows. I was rather attached to them. But unfortunately, the structure of the house was in such disrepair that it wasn't possible to do that, and we could have restored the windows to a certain extent, but they still would leak. So it didn't make sense, and in the interest of expediency, we kept pushing forward. So I would like to eliminate that back 3 bank of windows. It isn't visible from the street. I understand that you're trying to keep the integrity of the original house. We had a 100-year-old oak tree next to the house, which instead of tearing down, we relocated further into the backyard, which actually blocks the view from the street of those windows, so you can't even see it. The stucco material will absolutely be replaced. The house was, as I said, in very poor repair, and in order to strap the house to bring it up to code, we had to remove some of the stucco from the front. And if there's anything left, it's being protected by the plywood. The windows will go back exactly as in the same positions that they were in. The stucco will be recreated, and it will look the same. We had no intention of changing the look of the house. We just need a stable and functioning house. Given the choice, I would have kept the windows, but it turned out it wasn't an option.
I appreciate you taking the time to comment, and I want to clarify that this is not a matter of having a building that's structurally safe or in good condition. I think what's so surprising is just the complete disregard and in some ways the disrespect for the process, that there was no communication.
I understand that, and I certainly regret it. We were certainly moving too fast, but I don't have a lot of time. But yes, we should have communicated clearer. I honestly was not. My understanding originally was that we would keep the windows if possible. I didn't fully understand that we had made a promise to keep the windows under any circumstances. So that was certainly my misunderstanding. And yes, we neglected to keep the line of communication open. That's certainly on us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Midner, is there any way that we can enforce them to come back to the board to present the product that they are...
With the windows for the front, the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, because that hasn't been seen by the board. With the window product is what you're saying. Because obviously the originals
Correct.
are lost.
Well, with the process and the product and the process of how they are proposing to restore what was destroyed.
Right.
I think this is a much larger conversation about our total lack of recourse in these types of situations. This is certainly not something I haven't seen before. It's just very surprising from the two firms involved. But maybe this is a larger conversation that we can have with legal and with construction services about what we can do in these types of situations. Because I mean, not every project where this happens is going to be an ad valorem application. And that's our only recourse in this situation. And to deny that they can't go from 3 windows to 1, and I don't think it's sufficient, given the loss of material here. And it's not just the windows, it's everything surrounding it. So I just want to put that on the record that I think that's something that we should explore further. So with that, do you feel you have enough clarification on if we move to continue what we would like to see?
The only other question that I'd have with that is, again, we will be placing the windows to be exactly as they were on the front. And I guess what the board is requesting then is you'd like to see the actual sample of those windows. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We'd like to know what the replacement is going to be, since that was not within the scope of work of what we approved previously.
Mm-hmm. And the only other thing that I would request, because, as I was learning more about this and I was trying to find back, and I guess I'll get back with Frederic later, but trying to find where the minutes of the meetings might be stored, just so that we can make sure that we have that clarification. And again, we apologize, but would essentially be then you want us to come back with these windows and just give you guys an update. And
is that sufficient? Is there anything else we'd like to see?
I mean, someone mentioned walking through the house, I don't know, or the construction.
I think that definitely, we obviously have the benefit of the homeowner being the contractor, and we'd love to be able to take you guys through it so you guys can see it as well. Again, that might be something on our part that we'd have to coordinate with each one of you or whoever on the board wants to go through it. I guess what I can do is I'll ask, obviously, I know Keith, and you as well, Amanda, Kristen, but we can get a list of everybody to send them emails and figure out what is an available time that everybody could go through the house, and we could answer any questions along with the homeowner/contractor.
Just, if I may, because of prohibitions against the relating to the sunshine law, obviously each member would have
one
to go
at a time, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
To reiterate that.
Well, for 6 feet apart, does that count?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So would someone like to make a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board deny application number 19-58A.
We're going to continue it.
We're going to continue? Okay.
Yes.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board move for a continuance of application number 19-58A for the purpose of further examination of loss of material and possible examination of replacement materials for the project.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
should have asked.
Okay. Our last three cases of the evening. Yes, thank you all for the people that are still here. Thanks for hanging on with us. First meeting back. Couldn't have been easy, right? So we're going to hear the three cases together. So that's the presentations, and then we'll need three separate motions. But so it's case number 21-57, 320 Washington Road, case number 2158, 3130 Washington Road, and case number 21-59, 3140 Washington Road.
I can take this off, I guess, from here, right? Great. Can't breathe. Good evening. This is David Lawrence, for the record, with David Lawrence Architecture, on behalf of. Oh wait, there's one other thing. There was a video on here that they wanted to. I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you. It was from the owner who wanted to say something because they're out of town.
This one?
Yes.
Do you want to play it first?
Yeah. I guess we'll play the video from the client first as kind of an introduction.
Good afternoon, Historic Board. My name is Sean Heiniger.
And I'm Ashley Heiniger.
Wanted to first say thank you for this opportunity. Unfortunately, my wife and I are not going to be present today. We were planning on coming back from our vacation out west.
Can you try to
but
flip
because
it?
of the spike in Delta variant, I thought it was in the best interest of our family just to stay put through the end of this.
iPhones, you know, that.
I think there was a.
Sorry, I don't know how to flip it.
Good afternoon, Historic Board. My name is Sean Heiniger.
And I'm Ashley Heiniger.
Wanted to first say thank you for this opportunity. Unfortunately, my wife and I are not going to be present today. We were planning on coming back from our vacation out west, but because of the spike in Delta variant, I thought it was in the best interest of our family just to stay put through the end of the summer. Today, you're going to hear from David Lawrence and Raphael about our plans to relocate and restore the homes next door that we own and build a new house for our family. We wanted to let you know how committed we are to the neighborhood. Speaking to you as a homeowner, I've been the president of the Prospect Southland Park Historic Neighborhood Association now for going on 4 years, and I've grown up in the neighborhood for over 45 years. So we're committed to the neighborhood. We're committed to doing great things to improve the neighborhood, and hopefully you'll be excited about what you'll see today.
Yeah, we're just really excited to be able to relocate and preserve both Jim and Lila's home and Dr. Brandon's home, all while building a new home for our seemingly ever-expanding family, but we are finished. This is it. So thank you so much. We really appreciate your time. Sorry we can't be there.
Yep, thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Well, it was right side up on my computer. I don't know. Okay. Again, David Lawrence for the record. The client wanted to be here, but obviously couldn't. So I guess what we're going to do is I'm going to give you an overview of what happened here. We were in front of you about, I guess, a year ago, more or less, and you know, we found a way to I think work with the existing Bedford Shoemate house and separate the two houses, and then Jim and Lila made an agreement with Sean Heiniger, and we saw really an opportunity to do this in a way that would be, I think, a better overall solution for the neighborhood than what we had approved previously. So that's the reason why we're back here. We are essentially taking 3 lots and we're going to turn it into 5 lots. So part of what we were doing last time, which was carving out a smaller lot for the house that was on 3130, we're going to do the same thing for Jim and Lila's house as well. The difference being is that Jim and Lila's house, the architectural style of the house, is more sympathetic to the house at 3140. So what we're going to be doing is taking the house at Jim and Lila's, putting it close to the one at 3140, taking the house that was on 3130, and putting it over with the scaled down version of the house that you saw and approved last time. And then we're creating a third lot that is going to be purchased by another client when we can get through. This client has a contract on it, but they have not done their plans yet because we are not through the subdivide process. So they did not want to commit to that until then. But they're very excited about putting something up, a new house there. So all those houses will be built out. So I think you are pretty familiar with the context of the neighborhood. It's the same as as the last time. So as I said, these are the three lots here, and we'll be turning those 3 lots into essentially 5 lots. So this context image kind of shows you, so the house that was on 3130 will be put into this corner. And as you recall last time, what we were trying to do, we created the gatehouse structure so that we were giving some context to the smaller scale elements. So now we have Jim and Lila's house that can do that, and so we don't really have to create a gatehouse. So we're using the actual buildings that are in that neighborhood to do the job, which we think is a better solution. So what I'll do is go now. I guess my question would be: would you want me to go through to do this presentation, and I pass it off to Raphael, and he does his presentation, and then I come back and do the third one, or do you want to do the first one, have your comments, or I want to make sure I get how it goes. What would you prefer?
I tend to think all of it, since it's all.
Yeah.
How does everybody else feel?
Sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Not a problem. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm wound up in the right way. All right. So we'll start with the first one. So what we've done here is this will kind of be the act very similarly to how it was in the previous approval, where the building sits up on the street here and is configured in pretty much the same location. We have a curvilinear drive here. Let's see. I went the wrong way. My apologies. So this is the context images. So you can see as what I was talking about, where this is the existing house relocated from 3130, together with the house that Raphael, the two Raphaels have designed for this house, which they'll go through with you. And so you can see that these two are kind of work together more, and we think work into the fabric of the streetscape much better than what we had before. And then this is 3140, and then this will be Jim and Lila's house at 31, right next to 3140. So the styles of the architecture are much more similar, and I think it makes just for a better neighborhood. So this is the site plan here, and we have ample room for pool, even an accessory structure if we wanted to. So we tried to give some room there for an ample backyard. This is the original structure you recall from before, where we're clipping off these unfortunate additions. Or I'm sorry, 3130. Please excuse me. 3130. Thank you. I have help. It's great, and they're good help. So we're going to cut this portion off and get back to the core building of the original building. So this is the second floor, which is pretty much exactly the same as it was before, with the exception of there was this in the present house. There's a very large balcony out here, which will go away, and it'll be back to what it was originally. So these are the existing elevations. And these are the proposed plans where we have it, more in line with what it was originally. And then these are the elevations of, the house from the street, which has not, these drawings have not really changed substantively, or if at all. And so that's that presentation, and I guess you would be next up. So I'll pull my thumb drive out and let's get to it.
Hi, for the record, can I take this off? I've been vaccinated, so there you go. This one? That's it, yeah.
And this one?
Yes, thank you. Bingo.
Okay.
All right. So, for the record, Rafael Saladrigas with Studio SR Architecture. We came to you with the original project in September of 2019. The house that David had up just prior to this, the house that is now going to be on the out parcel for 3120 was part of your approval. But we're here today to present a completely segregated portion, a version of the house. It's now the third iteration of this same house that was previously approved in September of 2019. It's been reduced in size. The site plan is different. It's a standalone. The garage was reduced from 3 cars to 2 cars. We've kept the breezeway, and the property is modified according to the needs of the client. So let me just quickly scroll through so that we can see if we can't abbreviate this meeting a little bit. So this is the new proposed site plan. You can see the house is in an H-shaped arrangement as it was before. The garage, which is subordinate to the main structure, has a slightly lower tie beam height. It's connected by a slightly reduced breezeway. It's gone from a 3-car garage to a 2-car garage. The entryway is still centered on the front. Here is the proposed ground floor plan with the 2-car garage, a staircase to be able to get to the children's playroom, a balcony deck that connects the 2 buildings, but essentially segregates the garage from the main house. The second floor plan, which follows the same footprint as the ground floor. The roof plan, again, you can see center massing, 2 wings. This is the proposed elevations. Very similar to what we had originally, except that the 2 wings have been squeezed in a little bit. Now here, I'm sorry, the north wing of the house from this elevation has been widened to accommodate the 2-car garage. So you can see that the wings here are the same size, center massing, symmetrical. It's our door and window schedule. And let's see, okay, so this more or less tells the entire story. The entry elevation and the 2-car garage, the breezeway opening, the 2 wings. Here you can see the separation of the wings with the deck on the 2nd floor. And the rear elevation, which again has been modified to accommodate itself to the new lot. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you.
Not done quite like this before, so different. Okay. So now we go on to the final lot, which is Jim and Lila's Young's house, where we've relocated that to adjacent to the 3140 property where Sean and Ashley currently reside. So what we've done here, and this one is a little bit different. We've, well, let me see if I can go to the plan first, because I think it'll make a little more sense. So this is the original plan here, and we've included some historic pictures here of what was original. The kitchen was a later addition, as we can see from the historic pictures. And if you really look at the architecture of how the kitchen additions were done, it was you know, the outlookers, the detailing, the flat roofs. It was just not, when we wanted, you know, something that was going to be on the street and be, you know, more visible, it just didn't seem, well, you know, that it was the right thing to do to leave that in place, and we thought it was better to kind of get back to the core house itself. What we did do is the back sunroom, because the house is small, we did keep the back sunroom, and the garage of the original structure was this part, and this part, which is very low slung and not really user friendly at all. We decided to remove that because it was not part of the original historic structure. So this is the new plan here, where we basically have put the garage over on, or not the garage, the guest house over here on this side because of site conditions, and we think that it works pretty well with the site, in that it creates a nice little enclave of backyard. We have the same arch element there that was there originally. We're going to restore all the windows that we can within reason. So these windows here, this front door, which is absolutely gorgeous front door. It's an amazing front door, and Lila's got this great story about how I guess they took it off when they sold it, and then the original owner actually felt they should have it and gave it back. And it's just this really neat thing because it really belonged in the house, and apparently the people who built this house, they built it. And so it's got a lot of history, and we're you know, it's in good shape. We're going to keep it. So and where we have the new windows, we're going to try to match them as closely as possible. So we're going to go with a wood window and try to match the materials as close as possible. And in the back, let's see if I can go back to this historic picture. In the sunroom we're keeping, but what we did was we put French doors in a pattern that would kind of resemble somewhat what the original back was. So there was this porch originally which got closed in pretty far along the line, and you know, the house is small. It kind of needs it, I mean, to be a proper 2-bedroom. So we you know, this has been infilled with jalousies, which we're going to put back to something that's a little more sympathetic for the style of the house. But the idea for the back window, French doors, was to try to you know, imitate that pattern of what was there before. So these are the elevations. These are the existing elevations, and these are proposed elevations. You can see that this part of this is very, you know, it's not even barely 7 feet under there, so it's more storage. So we took that off, and kind of restoring that as like more of a guest cottage. So these are the elevations of what we're proposing. And then the last thing is, this is a photograph of that they were wonderful. They have all the pictures. We're very grateful to have all those pictures. So, you know, this was a photograph of the original house, and you can see that somewhere along the lines there was a canopy on this side that it probably just rotted and fell off, and they improvised something else. But we went ahead with this picture and tried to faithfully duplicate that shape again back on this, to try to get the facade and the elements back to what it was originally. So that's our presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
Everyone looks at me.
Oh, I'm just looking down the line,
All right.
and you're like in my straight sight line.
Straight shot. You probably clarified this already. How is it? So is this all redeeded and replotted, or they remain separate parcels, or how's it work?
We're going to have to replat everything.
Right.
So that process, I mean, in our submittal, we've got the plat lines laid out, and we didn't want to get the cart before the horse, and if we can't get historic approval to do what we're doing, then there's no point in replatting it to something that can't happen. So we're here first, and if this goes okay, then we can move forward, hopefully.
I mean,
And one of our conditions of approval, which we readily agree to, is that we have to, you know, fulfill the requirements of that process.
very interesting project. Thank you.
I'm actually glad you're back with 3120 because since we approved that project, which Frederic I'm sure is going to share more, we found out that it was designed by Belford Shoemate.
Yep.
Which the Preservation Foundation, who I work for, holds that collection.
Yep.
And I know that we previously approved the demolition of that breezeway and garage, which now we know with more information that those were original.
Yep.
So if that were something that the board would like to see preserved, because I'm assuming no demolition has occurred yet on the property.
No, we can't do that without, we couldn't tear it down without having approved plans for new construction, so there's no way we could do that.
How does that affect your replatting?
Putting that garage back in the front is definitely, makes the lots not quite, that lot not really work. I guess what we could do as a nod to that, you know, what I did do when I set that lot up was I set it up so that if you wanted an accessory structure in the back, there's ample room the way we set it up that it could be done. That we felt that, and also in the context of the neighborhood, we felt that the not having the garage in the front was a better look. And what we could do is we could create a trellis or something that mimics that shape and tie it into a landscape wall that would mimic that shape. And then I don't know if that would be an agreeable.
A path to nowhere?
No, I wouldn't say that because I wouldn't say that. What I would say is that what we can do is we can integrate the entrance to the building to tie into it, and we could approach it that way, and then you know the landscape wall could come back because it's back far enough. We could come back to the edge of the property line, and it would give it kind of a raison d'etre, you know. So we could do that. Would that be a good compromise?
I want to see staff's presentation. I do think that, and even considering these applications, we're showing how accommodating we are as a board and flexible we're willing to be. So I don't know how everybody else feels. They probably don't have enough information yet, but I don't know. I think if it were any other application, if that property were coming before us on its own and someone was saying, I want to demolish this original portion of the structure, that's not something that we would typically approve.
Well, what I would say too, though, is that if you look at the plans, which I guess you have, right, is that there was a whole addition on the front end of that. A whole apartment was added on the front end of that was not part of the original. Huh? No, that whole apartment in the front. I've got the floor plans here. I can show you. It's not. There's a two-car garage in the front. And that went around, and then you're saying, yeah, the two-car garage. The two-car garage was part of it, clearly, yes. But the whole apartment that's on the front, that big, gigantic apartment that's on the front, that wasn't part of it. That was later. So, okay.
Okay.
I'll get it.
Well, I just wanted to, while you were up here. Any further questions of the applicant?
I'm slightly confused. I'm sorry. Which property would that?
The first one,
The first one,
3120.
Got it.
So I'm sure, I kind of put the cart before the horse, but since he was up there, I wanted to see if that was something that had been considered.
So I will also be jointly presenting the different musical houses that are in front of you this evening, 2157, that we're identifying as 3120 for relocation, 2158, 3130, that we're identifying as new construction, 2159 that we're identifying as 3140 Washington Road for relocation. They may get different addresses after the platting. They're not assigned yet. We're trying to tag them with the closest possible address of what is there. So I will give you an overview in general. This is the area of Prospect Park / Southland Park, the east side of Washington Road, where you've seen obviously a lot of activity. And this is the overview. So this house would be moved from approximately here. This is new construction, and the house that's currently here would move over here to what's in front of 3140. So the streetscape overview is the relocated house here, Lot A, is how it's referred to, new construction on Lot B. Lot C would be created as an empty lot sold to another individual, not part of the application process, and new construction would be required to come in front of you. And then Lot D, which is again in front of 3140, would be a relocation. And then this is a closer view of it. The concept was that the architectural style of this house that's currently over here at 3120 matches 3140 better, and 3130 matches better to the new construction that was proposed. And previously, you've already approved the relocation to a similar location and new construction of a similar house. But this is a slightly different configuration, and the new construction is smaller because it's not being joined with the other house. So again, 3130 moves to Lot A, new construction on Lot B, and 3120 moves to Lot D. And then Lot C is that new vacant lot. So here is the one house that is being proposed to move from 3130 to 3120, and then this was the discussion. We'll compare the historic plans to this additional garage apartment. You're right. I apologize, David. You're absolutely right. It was a much smaller component. And then the new construction would be here, and this would be relocated. This is the site plan that was proposed, and David was saying that there's going to be room for an accessory structure here, but I think shifting it back would allow for some of that room of that arcade and the garage. And I would recommend to the board, since you sit as the ZBA for variances, if that was necessary to accomplish that and save the entire structure, I think that would be something staff certainly would support and recommend to the board. So there is room to move back a bit and again explore the siting of that. These are the elevations that are proposed, so keeping what is there, minus the arch and the garage. These are the original plans, courtesy of the Preservation Foundation of Palm Beach from Belford Shoemate. And so you see kind of the simple, smaller garage here in the arcade. And then it is just those two bays. So I'll just go back to the current photo. So it is these two bays, not this extension towards the front. You're absolutely right. Again, I apologize. So this component and this curved entry feature is original. And these are the historic plans. And there have been some slight modifications at the rear, not by the current owner. Then, so again, this house being moved. New construction on this lot of a redesign of a smaller version was previously approved by the board, which you've seen these plans. It has an attached garage, side loading, 2-car garage. These are the plans that were just presented to you. And then finally, 3120 moving in front of 3140. And then the relocation that was just presented to you. This is a little bit different siting than it is currently. But a lot of features are being restored that are currently not there, and retain the historic photos that they're working with the documentation on and the elevations. We do believe, even though it's a very unique application, since you already approved a relocation and new construction, the new construction here scales it down, that it does meet our code, our Secretary of Interior Standard 9 and 10, reviewing the standards in Section 9449 for relocation. We also do believe these are met in terms of they'll continue to be contributing. They're addressing some of the flood issues in that area, and it'll continue to be compatible, obviously, with the street because it is in the same historic district. So we're recommending approval of the 3 cases in front of you with the condition that all relocations and new construction shall be subject to the subdivision of the property in accordance with all applicable statutes, regulations, and the city's policies and procedures. So, and just because you all are approving it this evening, that should not constitute nor guarantee the approval of said subdivision by the city. So that is a whole nother process. I know this team has been working on that with another site, and there's certainly other requirements that will come along with it. But as was indicated, they needed kind of the green light from you to even start going forward with those requirements.
Questions of staff?
Are both of the existing structures contributing?
Both of the 2 that are being relocated? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just so I'm understanding, so they're flipping the houses from where they are now?
Pretty much.
And could you opine on that? And I mean, matching the architectural site. I mean, we're already relocating them.
Right.
So we're like losing, you know, that connection to the original site. But I mean, is it better for it to be as close as possible to the original location?
I think the geographic difference by a few hundred feet is not significant enough, and I do think that the rhythm of the street and the relationship of the buildings will make more sense if they're grouped architecturally, and they'll read almost more like an estate feel, because certainly the side of the east side of Washington has definitely a different feel than the west side.
Yeah, I think the way they're sited, it works better too. I love the fact that you drive around the house and to get to the other house. I mean, typically you'd have to come with some deed restriction to have a driveway cross through the property, but.
They actually meet, currently, I mean, again, nothing's been finalized, they meet the minimum lot frontage. So it would be its own, it's not even an easement.
That's cool.
And could you speak a little bit more if we were to require that all of 3120 was relocated intact? So we would have to request that it be shifted back on the lot, away from the street, and that we would have to provide some variance?
I'm not sure on the variance, because the study hasn't been done of exactly how far it is, because again, there is a good amount of space here that it can shift, and possibly it fits. I was just saying that might be something to explore as a solution.
And maybe it's only a one-car garage, not a two-car garage. Listen, Frederick obviously put those drawings up there for a reason, because now that I saw them, I'm like, that's pretty cool.
Well, it's all courtesy of the Preservation Foundation that we have this great access, so.
So when this application first came before us, it was definitely a bit jarring, right? It was the first application that I can recall seeing on, gosh, I've been on this board a long time, and I was unsure about it, and I felt like we were really flexible in allowing it. So now we have shuffling of historic structures to accommodate new construction, and that makes me extremely uncomfortable. Is there any historic precedent in other historic neighborhoods that you're aware of, not necessarily in West Palm Beach, that have allowed this?
Well, it definitely happens in other communities. I don't know if that's a best practice or not, but Delray Beach does it a lot.
Yeah.
So, again, this relocation, not to the spot, but the relocation and moving this forward was previously approved. A similar design for this new construction was previously approved. It's now scaled down. Really, what you're kind of the new introduction, besides some modifications, is this being moved here, and then the creation of a new lot. So it's definitely out of the box. It's extreme. I feel more comfortable with this unique application because of the east side of Washington Road, again, due to sea level rise, climate change, flooding issues, obviously the real estate market and the demand for perhaps this home that's currently at 3120. Let's say someone left it there and it became their guest house and someone came in for new construction of the main house. I almost think it's being retained in its original form in a better way here than tucked away and hidden. So it's definitely different. I can appreciate that this might also be jarring. I think, again, this is also one of those unique circumstances that I think lends itself to this kind of creative solution.
And you mentioned Delray Beach. So I actually had a conversation with the preservation planner down there somewhat frequently within the past few months. And they are actually putting a stop on allowing these relocations. The city is no longer supporting them because they've allowed so many that they feel like taking these properties and altering their context even within the site. So this was specifically, the project conversation was about relocating structures on the site similar to this, and they said absolutely not, because we've altered our historic character of our city too much. So they went too far one way and now they're, concrete, not allowing it anymore. So just to throw that into the mix.
And not saying that we are, but not saying that we will, but we do have a new member of the board. And could you give some background on relocations and?
Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
So we do have standards in the code, and I'll just kind of go through those and the concept behind them. It's kind of the last resort before demolition. So relocation, the existence of one or more of the following conditions may be the basis for denial: that the historic character or aesthetic interest of the resource contributes to its present setting in such a manner that relocation would result in a substantial loss to the setting or district. Again, in this particular instance, because it's so close to the original siting, I don't believe there's a substantial loss. The second one, no definitive plans for the area to be vacated. Obviously, we're bringing kind of a master plan proposal, except for Lot C in front of you. Definitive plans for the area to be vacated may adversely affect the character of the district. Again, I don't think so. The resource cannot be moved without significant damage to its physical integrity. I believe the integrity would be retained, especially if the original components are now moving along with 3130. Proposed relocation is not compatible with the architectural character of the resource. Again, it's same side of the street. Yes, it's pulling much closer to the street. I recognize that, but I think overall, I think it's still keeping its character. And then the last one doesn't apply because it's talking about relocating in the same district, and obviously that is what's happening. It's on the same lot. So a relocation is not ideal because you want to keep the original setting, the rhythm of the streetscape. But we have obviously a lot of development pressure as well as environmental pressure on the east side of Washington Road. So.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff?
This is a tricky one. So again, referencing Delray, they have put something in place where there's essentially a bond that gets put on the house when it gets moved. The nuts and bolts of that, they're still figuring out. Do we have anything put in place where if the relocation of this went south, that there is any kind of recourse for that?
We haven't done that in the past, but I know our engineering department requires it for certain activities, and so that's something we could explore of exactly how that could be done.
Okay. So the reason that bond is in place in Delray is because they had a house that fell apart during relocation. Like completely gone. That relocation was different. It was not on the same site. So they were, moving it further. But relocating a house inherently threatens the stability of the structure. I mean, it can definitely be done. We see it done, especially with climate change. And there's great people that do it. But I think we need to really consider that, it's picking up a house and moving it. It's not, you're not taking a block. These are structures that have settled over time. It's a significant to the building to move it.
And both of these properties have crawl spaces, I think I saw in the pictures.
I definitely know the Shoemate house does. And theirs does too.
Okay. And they're, I guess, wood frame construction or?
No, theirs is not. But.
Concrete block. Okay.
I mean, there are homes that have been moved.
Yeah, I mean, brick homes, just because it's masonry. Yeah. I mean, they move lighthouses. The crawl space is definitely helpful to get the beams underneath and lift them. And I know the applicant, I think, wants a rebuttal at some point.
Well, it's not so much. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Not whenever you're ready. I just wanted to make you aware.
A rebuttal to. We're talking to staff, yes. So I think we should go into public comment before you have an opportunity for rebuttal. just so we can do it all at once. Thank you. I have Lila Young.
I'll try to make this as quick as I can. Lila Young. I own, and with my husband, 3120 Washington Road, which I need to clarify. We've obviously sold to the Heinegers, and the reason being, Sean has wanted it for a very long time. We weren't ready. We finally became ready, and we decided if he will save the house and make me a blood marker that he will not destroy it, then I will sell the house and Jim will sell the house and we'll all be happy. I wanted you to have this picture, I'll collect it from Frederic at the end, but I just wanted you to be able to see and pass along what this house went through in 1947 with a hurricane. So I have no problem knowing the crawl space there. You can almost, you have to go like this, but the crawl space under the house is fantastic. I did want to make sure everybody realized that we aren't the Belford Shoemate house. Our house is the tiny little one with the tiny cottage, and the cottage, when I gave David all the historic pictures, those pictures pretty much show that at one time was a garage. We've used it as a garage. We've never rented it. Nobody's ever stayed in it in the 35 years we've owned the property. And we could have rented it, of course, and fixed it up, but we used it for storage, and that's just the truth. We never used, there's a little kitchen in there, there's a little bathroom, never been used. I did want to make sure too, because I know the Raphaels worked very hard on the original Brandon house, which is the Belford Shoemate original plans, and I thought these drawings were, I really craved these more than I did the first ones. Not that that has anything to do with your decisions, but I'm just telling you what I think. Also on our house, we have cypress windows that my husband and I stripped back from all the paint, all the years. The French doors that David is speaking about putting in would actually be much nicer than what we were dealt when we bought the house. We've never changed a window in that house. There are jalousie, there are aluminum windows, and where he wants to put the French doors, there are aluminum sliding glass doors. So actually, I think what they would be doing would be really nice. If we'd stayed another 30 years, we might have wanted to do it. But we've never changed any of the windows. And what they're saying about the front door, I had a resident come to me that knew we were selling and moving and wanted to take my front door, which is no longer, of course, my front door, and make it into a gate because they're building in Palm Beach. And I said, I really have to say something. And I have to say that even Sean and I haven't always maybe agreed on things. He told me on the phone yesterday that that door will remain with the house, and I'm hoping the other two Pecky Cypress doors will too. I know that they probably will, in fact, want to put impact windows in, and I get that. But I just would like to see the house saved. I owe it to Mrs. Bleitenstein, who built the house, who came to visit us, who did give me the original door. And if there's any way of saving it, I would just love to see it saved. I think it would be very conducive to have it over in front of the Heiniger house, which is at 3140, which is the old Roy Talmo house, which is very Spanish hacienda looking. Ours, Carpenter's Roofing, put on the full barrel tile. I have some Meisner tiles on the roof. It would just be very conducive rather than having Brandon's, which is the Belford Shoemate, which is a beautiful house. But having that over in front of Sean's, I told him a long time ago I didn't think it was the thing to do, and he listened. And I just feel like, I just have to say, I would love to see it saved. I would love to see it moved and be somewhere where it would be conducive to being compatible to what's in the back of it. And that's about it. And I appreciate what the Raphaels did with the original Brandon house. And I appreciate David coming in and seeing all the Pecky Cypress we put in that house. We never changed the kitchen. The only thing we ever did was had custom-made Pecky Cypress cabinet doors on every opening there. And it's, of course, a very tiny kitchen, which they had added on to years ago. We have added on nothing, never changed a window. We just like things the way they were. And not many people would, but we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila.
Madam Chair, I just want to make a quick clarification for the record. Can we confirm whether Ms. Young was sworn in earlier?
Were you sworn in?
Yes. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, I don't believe I have a card from you.
No, you don't. I'll make it brief because my blood is starting to congeal in this room. My name is Neil Stegall. I live at 3127 Washington Road, and I've watched for 40 plus years all this going on in the neighborhood. And I was struck tonight, I was going to come and just sit and listen, but when I heard that all of this going on, all this stuff proposed, is because one man needs a little bit larger house for his family, he's going to take 3 lots and make 5 out of them because he needs a little larger house for his family. This, folks, is nothing more than a classic example of madness and greed. End of my comments, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Ms. Pullum?
Nancy Pullum. I spent 2 years redoing the historic zoning so that it was contextual. And we've paid attention to that in the past. We've paid attention to development patterns along a streetscape. We've talked about minimum front footage of lots, and it's in there. Minimum lot sizes. This, to me, is like building Bear Lakes, where you go down some little narrow driveway to get to some other property somewhere else. There is nothing like this kind of development pattern anywhere in any historic district that I'm aware of. And I don't understand this chopping up, because this is a serious precedent, and I hope you all are taking this seriously. It was one thing, and we all kind of looked at it like, what the heck? Carving out this little square triangle down there by 3140. But this is whole-scale redevelopment. Whether you're moving a historic house to a property or you're building a new one. And I'm very curious about something, because the staff report speaks to that this is all dependent on the replatting. How can replatting be separate from the zoning code? How can the replatting be done by this group over here in isolation and not be engaged with historic, who has some contextual guidelines you really must follow? So that's what's really bothering me. This does need a master plan. This is like, as my mother would say, higgledy-piggledy. We got a little triangle here, and then we got this here, and then we got... This is starting a precedent. Instead of somebody building a guest house, maybe they've got enough room for a driveway, and they'll just build another house behind their house. Is that where we're going with this? Is that where the city's going? But I don't understand how you separate out replatting property from contextual zoning. And I know you can't answer me, but I sure hope somebody will. And what about remember the problems with the lots in Grandview didn't meet the minimum city requirement for front footage? But now these don't have to have any at all. So I'm pretty upset, and I pretty much am feeling like I spent 2 years of my life in meetings, and it wasn't for this kind of outcome. And I think everybody who was on that task force would be horrified at what I see. This is not the way this area is developed. It is not the streetscape. I am shocked to hear the preservation planner say that it seems to be okay. So I am hoping for a lay person, somebody can help me understand, or you all can preface your remarks with how that relates to all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment? Now is your opportunity for a rebuttal. Thank you for waiting.
We're going to try and address some of these comments together. Very briefly, though, I think Ms. Pullum was mistaken in saying that the platting was not to code. It is. It meets all the requirements. It's a minimum 10,000 square foot lot. And it is in context. If you look up and down Washington Road, the houses are much closer to the street than the ones that are on the water.
Let's see if
Do you have an aerial there?
Yeah, let's see if I can find it. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll show it.
And in conversations with David for 3130, he's indicated that there will be a gatehouse that will help add to that context. It's not just going to be the two houses, it's going to be a third gatehouse to help establish that context on the road. But if you look up and down Washington Road, there's plenty of houses that are close to the street.
I just have a quick clarification. So you're saying this lot that has not yet been, we don't have any plans in front of us, the center lot, that's going to have a gatehouse?
Yeah, I don't want to represent that we have a plan for a gatehouse for that. There are no plans at this present time, so I don't want to represent that that's the case. We don't know what that will be yet, but just...
I know Sean's talked about it.
I just can't, but well, I can't get to... I was looking for my presentation, because I was just going to go to the figure ground of that whole area, which we did that whole context study. But I want to stress that, you know, we don't, this isn't ad hoc, it's very thoughtful. We confer, we follow the rules. This isn't the Wild West, as has been implied, quite the contrary. So we take exception to that.
That's fine.
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just, if you look at this context drawing here, you can see that the development patterns that we're introducing work within the context of the neighborhood, and that we took the time at Friedrichs urging, and it was a good idea to study this whole thing, this whole greater area. So I want to say that we have been thoughtful about this, and that's our rebuttal.
Thank you. So with that, we'll go into executive session. I know it's been a long meeting, and this is a very, very large project. How do we want to even begin discussion? I think there's many things at play here.
Just a quick question, Madam Chair. Aside from the video of the owners, have they come before the board individually on their own to speak or address the board, or has it just been their professionals?
They've been here, yes.
For this and another project that they...
They subdivided another lot in El Cid.
Also, they were here when they presented this project additional.
I don't know, in terms of moving historic houses around, we all know that throughout the country, historic houses are moved to help them from being completely destroyed. You know, it's either move them or lose them, and they'll go to places, like whatever Sturbridge or whatever historic kind of places like this. As been mentioned, this is kind of new to move houses around for the purpose of building a new home. Okay. The other thing, in terms of context, I kind of agree with the applicant in terms of, I would view, I used to live down there myself, and I view the context as that the lakefront, the lagoon lakefront, and the street there. And to me, the context is, what is a residential house in the lakefront in that part of the city? And to me, moving the house, even a couple hundred feet one way or another, doesn't seem to destroy its significance in that context of being a lakefront property. And even from the street view, as the applicant indicated, they seem to be placing these in line with what's already existing. I don't know, that's all I have to say with that.
I feel like part of the differentiation for the relocation is that a lot of times when you see a relocation, it's of a structure that, well, one is being relocated for its benefit, right? Or a lot of times what we see are buildings that aren't protected being moved so that they can be protected. So, for example, like in the South End, you have Lakewood and Murray that have beautiful historic homes. It's not a historic district. So in the past, I know that, I believe it was city staff was successful in getting one of those buildings relocated instead of demolished because it didn't have any protection. I think that's a perfect example of why it can be such a wonderful thing. In this particular case, I feel like it's just going too far, right? So you're relocating it really for personal gain. There's a side effect that you're moving these contributing structures further away from the water, but you could easily move the historic structure. You're developing behind it, right? So this is like the primo land waterfront, and it's like, let's get this historic structure out of the way so that we can develop this site according to how we like to use it. And I think it's that attitude of let's just move these historic structures that, I mean, it just seems in conflict to what we do. So I'm looking at one of our standards, and it's that each property will be recognized as a physical record of its time and place and use. And to me, that speaks to this exact situation. We approved the relocation of one of these buildings originally that was on a site. What we're doing now is creating a subdivision, of kind of this reconfiguration of parcels and properties. We're altering the way that this area works and the way that it feels. And there was, Mr. Lawrence, I believe you were involved in it. There was a similar application, another application that came before us not too long ago where they were looking to kind of, move these historic properties and create all these different lots, and we said no, right? And I don't see how this is so dissimilar from that. I mean, every project we have is on a case-by-case basis, but these historic neighborhoods are, they're neighborhoods. They're not these, this pattern of development is inconsistent with the way that this neighborhood was developed. I know that particular part of land has, it was developed differently, but that development is also part of the story of development in West Palm Beach. I mean, you can see it all along Flagler. So this is a very important case. I mean, I think we need to be very intentional about how we look at this and the implications of this. Not every project is case by case. Yes, it's not setting precedent. We hear that over and over from city staff and from the city's lawyers. But this has serious implications on our sense of place. And I just want to emphasize that. Just because we approve this project or part of this project once doesn't mean that we have to say okay to it happening again and to creating like a total redevelopment of these lots. I mean, This is significant.
The only thing I would, I mean, make a beautiful place there, and I appreciate that. The only thing that I would say that we might look at is, can something worse happen besides this? And, or can something better happen? If we think that something better can happen while, preserving where the structures are, great. If another developer or even the same developer is going to come along and say, well, I'm going to do something that's, you'd like even less,
It's what we allowed to happen because these are contributing structures.
That is true, right.
I don't know. I'm on the other side of the fence here. I get what everyone's saying, but there's something about the fabric that's created here that I kind of like. I see this progression of these long, narrow lots, almost like bowling alleys, looking at these big homes, and I think this diffuses that situation. To me, this provides character. Whether the historical house is in one spot or another, I don't know. I don't think that's really important to me. I do think that the Shoemate house with the garage and the breezeway is important and should be considered in the new plan. And I can think of a few spots that this occurs. Maybe not in West Palm Beach, but in Palm Beach for sure. Lawana, you have to drive around a home to get to another home. There's something kind of great and charming about that. And I think this is when I was in the planning and zoning, but when Palm Beach Day Academy redid the building there was an initiative to save a schoolhouse, which basically was a brick cinder block building. I didn't really think it was important, but everyone else did. And they moved it closer to the street, very close to the street, which I think at the end worked out and was very successful. And that too, even though it's more of a commercial area, you still drive around it. I don't know. I kind of welcome this personally. Those are my comments.
Okay, Madam Chair, my thinking on this one is looking at the professionals and their presentation, and in seeing that staff has worked very hard in analyzing everything. We've got 3 related cases, and we've got a couple of houses that would have to be moved. I don't see anything that would prevent me from voting as staff is recommending. I would certainly make the motion after hearing everyone else, but I see no reason not to vote for approval with the conditions that staff have set out on the 3 cases, and see and watch whether or not the subdivision would be approved. There are a lot of hurdles that have to be jumped, and a lot of public hearings that would still need to address certain issues, I'm sure. But there is preservation here, and whether or not someone's going to make a little bit of money or a lot of bit of money, that doesn't weigh into it. We're here as a preservation board, and I have to defer to our staff recommendation and the expertise and the hard work that's been put into these applications, because it's not willy-nilly by any means. I don't think so. I don't think it's arbitrary or not well thought out. I think this has been slow and deliberate in trying to come up with a plan that would better the community and meet the requirements of preservation. So that's all.
Well, this is a very, very challenging case. and it reminds me a lot of a challenging case that I dealt with on Flagler, just a little bit south of here, that I constantly look back on and regret. And it was about 10 o'clock at night, I think, when we made that vote, and it resulted in the demolition of a contributing property, and it was related to sea level rise, or at least that was the argument that was made. And so I'm just very aware of, not wanting to repeat prior missteps. So I think, I know we previously approved it, and I said I was happy that this was back before us again, because I do think, without question, if this is going to be approved, that, that Shoemate property needs to be relocated intact. But I think now that we're taking into consideration this whole other lot, the flipping of houses, and then the creation of this vacant lot in the center, that we have no idea what that's going to be. That, I think, is concerning to me, because can we control what that becomes? Yes, no, to some extent. And I would be interested to know from staff if you could give a professional opinion, what are other redevelopment scenarios for this property? Could someone build a primary structure in front of these historic properties?
Yes, they could.
Would that be by right?
Well, not for the Shoemate house, because it's too large, because it's over 1,000 square feet, and that's your maximum for an accessory, which is kind of why you had the proposal last time. But the other home, I'll have to check the square footage. It comes down to that. Accessory structures cannot be more than 1,000 square feet, unless you connect them. And then it counts as the primary structure, and then you can only have one kitchen. So there could be other solutions out there, of course. We just felt this was a successful one. And to clarify, as far as the subdivision, this meets all zoning standard. It meets the minimum lot width, it meets the minimum lot size, it meets the setbacks, but engineering will look at it in terms of utilities and easements and setbacks, and that's kind of the process they're going through on the other lot. So there might be other requirements, but there will not be a public hearing. So I did want to put that into the record. There will not be another public hearing on the subdivision component. So sure, there could be other options. But as far as building another house in front, I just would have to check the square footage, or it would have to be connected. My concern about that is, yes, it remains on its original siting, but the view of it's lost. And so that's why I think keeping that historic character and the craftsmanship and the details of a historic building, they're just better than new construction. No offense to your design, but it's not as good as as these historic homes, and I'd rather hide that away from the context of Washington Road.
Do you have any concerns that we don't know what's going to happen in this central lot?
Yes, I wish we knew that at this point too, but it'll definitely have to come in front of you all for approval.
And we can't...
For variance, there would be, though, would there?
Well, if a variance is being sought, I just threw that out there, if it was needed for the garage and the colonnade to be moved with the Shoemate house. But hopefully it's not. Hopefully they can shift the house back and it fits without any variances.
And we couldn't add any conditions on this approval because it's going to be a standalone lot that's then going to be sold to a new owner.
Yes.
Who...
Correct.
So, the idea of a gatehouse or something makes me feel somewhat, I don't know, better about it. to know that could be there and make it more contiguous, but that's not a given.
In thinking this through, one point is that the plat is historic. The lots were laid out originally in this configuration. So we are changing the historic nature of the plat.
Yep. Definitely from this lot here, which is new construction, and these are new construction from here north. as the deeper lots that were discussed.
Is there any way we can get a side by, well, that's so tiny, but.
I'm sorry, do you want to zoom in?
Yeah, just to compare, you know, what is the existing
So, well, this is
compared
obviously
to the
proposal.
proposed, you know?
Yeah, I don't know that.
It's like looking at an elevation, like, here's the existing, here's the proposed, and we're not really getting that with.
Yeah, that is not represent, right, the footprint of the original is not being represented here. This was more the setback. This was my concern. So over here, you've got 31.8, 31.9, 28.9, 22.8, 17 and 20, and then all these new ones are all 30. So they balance the side of the road, but they have new construction behind it.
And the houses north of here are closer to the road?
Yes, a little bit north of the park. They're a little closer.
You made a very compelling argument. I mean,
I also remember the case that you were referencing about the one that's further south, and I was the standalone vote against, and I did not articulate why. It was so late in the evening, we were all so worn out, and it felt like everyone else wanted one way, so why did it matter how I felt about the project? And for me, again, lessons learned. So it's clear how I feel about this. I don't support it. And at least you have all of the information about my reasoning behind it so that you can come to your own conclusion.
I appreciate that.
Could we be allowed to address some of Mrs. Kellogg's
Sorry, we're in
comments?
executive session. I guess, do we play out different scenarios? I mean, we don't, is everyone in agreement that if it were to be approved, well, it doesn't have to be everyone in agreement, obviously, not everyone, but that the shoemate structure would be relocated intact and not have that portion demolished. So do we need to see what that would look like and how that affects this replatting?
I would say absolutely, no, without question.
Do we need to see what's going to happen on that central lot?
If it's possible, it may not be possible to see what's going to happen.
It would be important.
But I think this is an exceptional situation
Yeah.
too. It's like,
No, I
this is a
agree.
mini development. They're, creating a whole neighborhood. I mean, in Palm Beach, we have a historic district, or Regents Park Historic District, that's 5 houses. I mean, so this is, I don't think that would be, I can't think of the word that I want to use. This is like the time getting to me.
Well, I think someone said it best.
An undue burden, to say we want to see the entire development,
Yes, more information, yeah.
There's just too much, I don't know, out there that it's undetermined. That makes me uncomfortable. So I don't know how everybody else feels about that.
I think if we all have questions and concerns, particularly the architects on the board, most prudent thing to do is see more, get more questions answered. The predisposition usually is when in doubt, don't. But right now, I don't know. I'm conflicted right now. I really am, because I'd like to see the neighborhood improve. buildings preserved, and the staff's report, there's great weight in that, but hearing the other board members and their concerns raises questions. And I mean, just the fact that, okay, well, let's treat this like it's going to be a completely new platted development. What else is going on there? What else is coming up? I mean, is it full representation? There isn't going to be anything else other than what's presented?
Yeah, I think that I didn't speak, my mind yet, because I'm completely in conflict with this. Like, I have a staff report, which I respect, and I don't find probably a ground to deny it, but this makes me feel so uncomfortable. I don't buy on the explanation that this house has this architecture, so it's better that goes. I mean, that doesn't happen in real life, right? The nice thing about our neighborhoods is that it's a mix of different architecture in different locations. You don't put a house here that matches this one, and this doesn't work like that. So all that makes me think that this is just a chess game where we say we move this here and this here to make room for this, and makes me completely uncomfortable. So I was trying to listen to everybody to see what the opinion were, to see if I could clarify my thoughts, right? Because
the architects here representing the applicant did a beautiful job of fulfilling the applicant's, the owner's wishes, and making it work. I mean, I think it's, in that sense, it's brilliant, okay? But they are the advocates for the applicant, not us. We are the advocates for the historic homes. And I think that, all this twisting ourselves inside out here, if we remember that, maybe that helps make a decision.
I definitely think that, to echo what you said, that this is being driven by the ultimate outcome that I guess is most beneficial for the applicant.
Right.
Rather than being driven by preservation principle. And I think within those constraints given by the applicant, that the architects have done a wonderful job to apply preservation principles. But I think that we have to hold this to a higher standard, because that's why there is a board. We're not beholden to the property owner. We have to maintain a bigger picture of the impact of individual cases and uphold the standards, And that's why we're volunteers and then not elected officials. And so I still don't know where to go. I mean, do we want to continue? Do we want to, is there something to be found in more information?
I think a continuance, especially with the Shoemate house.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think that they will be able to provide a design for the center lot, for the vacant lot, because
in a month,
unless it's approved, they are not going to incur an expense to hire somebody to design a house, right? So there is an owner yet. So I don't know.
Do we want to see, I mean, this is crazy, and sometimes I come up with bad ideas when I'm trying to work through something, so don't shoot me if this is a bad idea, but sorry, I don't mean to say shoot, that's obviously a bad thing to say. So do we want to ensure that there's a sixth lot? Just throwing it out there, haven't thought it through, just to ensure that that redevelopment pattern continues. I'm just throwing it out there. That doesn't mean we have to do it, but I don't even know if that would work. But I think that basically what we're saying is we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, right? Because we're not comfortable with how this is laid out. So I think anything's on the table, but I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, just throwing it out there. So I think we just need, do we want to see some different scenarios of like what else could happen here? I guess if we could give some guidance, if we're going to continue, I think we need to give some guidance so that it's fruitful and a good use of everyone's time. And that we're not at the end of the next meeting saying, we actually wanted to see this. And
Right.
I agree that they need more direction and parameters to be fair. I don't think I'm the person to give that because I'm in opposition to what's happening here.
I mean, at the very least, they're going to have to, the architects are going to need to communicate, you know, our feelings to the owner. That, you know, while his architects did a great job, you know, we're not crazy about the reshuffling, and we're, you know, we'd like to see something else.
So we're looking for additional information from the applicant on a new platted subdivision, essentially, or new platted set of lots, and whether or not there are going to be preservation restrictions on there, on the outside the scope of the board. I mean, individual preservation restrictions between the lot owners, something to that nature to give assurances that there wouldn't be additional development, or I mean, I'm just speaking right off the top of my head right now, try to find if we're going to continue this, what additional information are we looking for in the way of specifics to the plat. I mean, I saw that there are riparian rights to some of these lots, but like 3140 Lot D, will it have it? I mean, I don't know if that's beyond our real scope of consideration right now. Maybe I get some legal advice on that, even though I'm a real estate lawyer.
I can't.
If you let her speak, you'll have to let them speak too, because you're an executive.
Okay,
So
okay.
you'll have to take control and cut her off.
Okay, I'm sorry, we can't allow you to speak from the audience. Ms. Mittner, do you have any advice, given our deliberation, on how we can proceed and end this meeting for tonight?
I think, as many of you have indicated, perhaps continuing it. I know it's best to continue with clear guidance, but I think at least one component is that the entire Shoemate, or original components of the Shoemate house, are relocated. I think I was hearing that keeping them closer to their original spot, not necessarily doing matchy-matchy on architectural styles, is preferred. And perhaps there are more conversations with the future owner of Lot C, if that's even Lot C, or however many number of lots. I think a continuation for further dialogue is certainly preferred over a denial to explore this further. And I appreciate the board members' comments and concerns about what's happening here. I am trying to also balance, as I know she spoke from the audience, but the reality of what could be built, the economic pressures on the side of the street, and kind of balancing all that.
Right.
So.
One question while you're at the podium. Are we looking to relocate the historic buildings so that the applicant can have a new lot? Or
No,
to
not
preserve
necessarily. No, we
those
want to
buildings?
preserve the buildings.
To preserve the
To
building?
preserve the buildings.
So they would otherwise be subject to demolition?
I'm not saying they would be. It would need your approval for that.
They're contributing, so.
They are contributing, yes.
Would not need to approve it, but it's not like when a non-contributing property and we say, oh, there's nothing we can do, it's non-contributing. They're contributing, which we
So
know.
we're not affording them any greater protection by relocating them?
No, not from a historic preservation standpoint. I think it's going to address some of the floodplain situation. I think the new contextual situation on the east side with the new construction where there were non-contributing houses and there's new, I think that's trying to balance that from almost more of a site planning standpoint, while preserving the actual historic structures. And so I do think the fact that there's an approval out there with the new construction and the shoemade house without the original components, I think this is a good opportunity to continue with that as a requirement and a restudy of keeping them as close to their original locations as possible.
And the replotting is limiting the size of the new construction, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, which is significant.
I don't know if we're still entertaining responses from the applicant. I just saw Raphael's hand go up.
And I respect that, and I think for the sake of this, we need to continue and end this meeting. I think, I respect you all so much, but I think we just need to end the meeting. I think we've given sufficient direction, and if someone would like to make a motion.
And just to clarify, Lot C is a historic, district, right? So they will have to come before us anyway.
After a continuance, we can come back here and wind up approving this anyway, with maybe somebody, one or two people objecting, saying nay for it. But at least it'll give us some breathing room here and offer us a chance to look at other options.
I would like to see the owners here, honestly. With the gravity of the applications, maybe it was just the upside down video that kind of got it off to the.
Well, maybe we can explore, is there a way for them to join via Zoom?
No, they should be in person, hopefully by next month.
Okay.
But the point was made about a video, perhaps a video of going down the street if it were developed with this, so you can see the context.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion. I move to continue case number 21-57, 21-58, and 21-59 to next month's Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. To be continued. Thank you for everyone in the audience for your patience this evening. I know it was a very long meeting. And then can we just have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?